We're just waiting for quorum, so we'll get to the board meeting soon.
Hello everyone. Hello, Chair.
Hello, Deljet.
Hey, Alison.
Oh, good afternoon.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Chief.
Everybody.
Still just waiting
My
for.
apologies, Chair. I'm having trouble with my video. I'm working on that.
No worries. We're going to wait until everybody manages. We've had some real technology issues.
Chair,
Yes.
I'm having some technical problems, so I will try to get my video working when I can. Not sure. what the
Okay. Or
problem
do
is.
you want to just take a minute and go out and try and come back in and see if that worked? Because I think that worked yesterday, didn't it?
Yeah, I already tried it, but I'll do it one more time. I went
Okay.
all the way out, shut down.
We'll wait for you.
Okay, sorry about this, everybody.
That's
My
okay.
voice
Remember,
is-
Man has been detained as well, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And Chair, if I could mention, I'm having technical difficulties as well. I can't get the agenda up on my screen separate. So I'm going to have a challenge trying to, I had notes on issues I wanted to discuss and I'm having trouble finding them. So I'll have to ask for your indulgence in trying to track down the various items.
Should we just delay the start of this meeting briefly while everyone works out their technical challenges?
That would be good for me, that's for sure.
Okay, so I think we'll delay the start of the meeting to 3:15 because we're having some significant technical challenges and hopefully everyone will have them resolved by then. So Hannah, if you can, I'm going to maybe put a note on the screen or something that the meeting will start at 3:15.
Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Bev, have you resolved your issues now?
Hi, Chair. Yes, I have. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so I think we're good to go now. I would like to call our meeting for November 23rd, 2021 to order. Today is a continuation of our meeting from yesterday. I would, however, like to restate that we are meeting today on the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation. We heard from a number of public delegations yesterday and today, and we will be resuming and completing the remainder of our agenda. I'll begin with inquiries. Are there any inquiries from board members? No. Seeing none, declarations of interest. Seeing none, items of business. We'll now consider the items of business. I'll proceed through a consent agenda. With the board's permission, I would like to reorder our agenda items and move item 3, the 2022 draft operating and capital budgets, public delegations and approval to the end of the agenda to be considered last. I recognize one of our board members has another commitment at 6, and one of our board members is unavoidably detained and joining us right now. And I think it's important that we all be here to address the budget for 2022. So I'm hoping that we can have us all here for that. So with the consent of the board, can we reorder the agenda to put the budget consideration last?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll proceed with the consent agenda. The first item is the chair's verbal report. I don't have a verbal report, so we'll move to item number 2. The chief's verbal report. Chief, do you have a report?
Chair, I do.
Okay, we'll hold it and return to it.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Item number 3, the 2022 draft operating capital budgets has now been reordered to the end, but we'll be holding that for consideration of the 2022 budget. Item 4, 2022 Ottawa Police Services Board meeting schedule. Are there any questions or concerns? Anyone want to hold this item?
No.
None. Is this item carried?
Carried.
Thank you. Item number 5, request for letter of support, active bystander for law enforcement able training. Any questions or comments on this report? Is this item carried?
Carried.
Thank you. Item number 6, public consultation policy annual report. Any questions or comments on the public consultation report?
Chair, I did have some questions.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll hold item number 6 and return to it. Item number 7, performance report, third quarter 2021. Any
I
questions?
had some questions on that one, Chair.
Thank you. Item number 7 will be held. Okay, item number 8, financial status report, third quarter 2021.
I had a question on that one as well.
Okay, held by member Smallwood. Item number 9, workforce management report, third quarter 2021.
I have a
I had a-
question, Chair.
As do I as well. Thank you. I'll let Member Norman go first on that one. Maybe he's got the same question as me.
Okay, perfect. Item number 10, outstanding board inquiries and motions, November 2021.
I have a question, Chair, on that as well.
Okay. And item number 11, letters of commendation. Does anyone have any questions or comments on this? I just have a really brief comment and happy to make it now. And that is, I just wanted to take a moment to reflect on this report. I know this report is often received with little or no comment or questions on its content. I do, however, think that it's an important report for the board to receive. It keeps us apprised of a lot of the exceptional work the members of the service do on a daily basis in support of this community. The acts detailed in this report don't make headlines very often, if at all, but they are just as important as those issues that do make the headlines. So Chief, I just wanted to take this opportunity on behalf of the board to thank you for bringing these incidents to our attention and to pass along our appreciation to the members that are the letters of commendation. Okay, and with that, we will now return to the top of the agenda, and the first held item is the Chief's verbal report. So Chief, over to you.
Bonjour, après-midi, good afternoon, Quay, Chair. Let me start off by responding to your very positive words about the monthly commendation agenda item. I know that the members of the Ottawa Police Service greatly appreciate your comments, which represent the thoughts of the board and the broader community. I agree, there can be standing agenda items that, because of a lot of reasons, we tend to move through as opposed to work through. But I really appreciate you starting your comments off in that way. So thank you very much for that. I'd also like to join the board in a land acknowledgement. I would have done it yesterday. But so if you could just permit me the time. Ottawa is built on unceded Algonquin and Anishinaabe territory. The peoples of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Like the board, the Ottawa Police Service honors the peoples and the land of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation. And like the board, the OPS honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. So again, I thank you for that indulgence, Chair. Although it might be viewed in some circles as performative, it is not. It is genuine. And I say that on behalf of the service members, and I say that in support of the board's efforts in the same way. I'd like to just briefly reflect on two public meetings, which I've been very grateful have restarted again under relaxed COVID protocols. These both occurred at the City of Ottawa, City Hall. Back-to-back nights in the evening where the mayor and council celebrated a wide variety, diverse group of individual leaders who have done much to advance the city and the society. Chair, as I reflect on your comments around our members, these are the efforts of community members who don't go seeking any public recognition, but out of their altruistic approach to life, they contribute great value in society. In particular, I'd like to draw attention to two members. First is, I want to congratulate retired Ottawa Police Service Staff Sergeant Sid Gravel. Sid Gravel was a 31-year veteran of the Ottawa Police Service. He's one of the founding members of the Robbins Blue Leg Circle. This is a peer-supported post-trauma group of individuals established in 1988 that has paved the way in the Ottawa Police Service for very many other critical incident and peer support initiatives that have helped the health and wellness of our members over the course of 3 decades. He also co-founded the Badge of Life in Canada, a resource hub for police and corrections officers who become psychologically injured as a result of their duties. The second person I'd like to congratulate is member Daljeet Nerman. With some indulgence, Chair, I'd just like to recognize Member Nerman's contributions. Since immigrating to Canada, Member Nerman has dedicated his life to repaying his adopted homeland by serving and supporting those in need, by supporting dozens of local causes. Member Nerman established a law practice that focused on human rights and immigration matters, but often chose to offer his services pro bono to members of marginalized communities of the South Asian diaspora. As I reflect on that, Chair, that's something that my father did in his practice, his law practice in Jamaica, and one of the things he instilled in me as a young man growing up both in Jamaica and here in Canada. I want to acknowledge Member Nerman's efforts to participate in 2 ride-alongs over the last month with Ottawa Police Service officers, where he was able to gain firsthand knowledge of the difficult, dangerous, and dynamic work of our frontline members, including our civilian members in the dispatch center. So congratulations to both Sid Gravel as well as to Member Nerman for their deserving awards by the Mayor and Council. Chair, in that same light, I would like to talk about an event that occurred that was very much in the public spotlight a few weeks ago. This is a tragic Barhaven homicide that happened 2 Saturdays back. I will be very blunt in my description of it. It was an active killer event that unfolded late on Saturday night outside of the downtown core and required the immediate 911 response of our frontline police and paramedic services. It deeply impacted the call taker who received this call, literally a dying declaration. And then it impacted every one of the members of the emergency first responders from police, fire, and ambulance. Over the course of the next 36 hours, the aftermath of the event required even more police resources, medical resources, hospital resources. It required the deployment of our forensic unit, our criminal investigations homicide unit, victim services unit, as well as member health and wellness units to support those members that were literally in real time being traumatized by what they were experiencing and dealing with. It also required a significant deployment of uniform resources post-incident to support the immediate community, which included staff members from City Hall in support of the local councillor, Jan Harder. The criminal investigation and prosecution that is flowing out from this tragic event will require months, if not years, of ongoing resource commitments from this police service, the broader criminal justice system, as well as the healthcare units that are still trying to keep one of the victims alive. Every Ottawa Police Service member involved in that homicide, from the communication center staff, the responding officers, the victim support crisis counselors, the investigators, the forensic investigation specialists, everyone acted courageously, compassionately, continuously, and immediately. Chair, I tell you, I had an amazing opportunity a week ago to travel to Huntmar in our West Division and sit down with a platoon of officers that were actually the first responders to that call. Staff Sergeant Lindsay Richardson leads that platoon. Marc-Andre Sheehy is the platoon inspector. Marc-Andre Sheehy was the critical incident commander at that scene. Staff Sergeant Richardson's supervisors were the initial officers who responded on scene. One of the sergeants himself actually started the rescue and triage of the 2 victims, securing the inside of that premise and coordinating all the other responding efforts from paramedic to tactical. I want to recognize 2 constables. Constable Damien Levesque. He's a very young officer, tall, handsome, fit, very dedicated. He was the first officer on scene. He was able to get the information from the male victim who's still alive. At that point, we weren't sure if he was going to make it. We're still not sure about what took place inside the house. He and Officer Melina Rock then performed life-saving first aid on that individual. They went inside the house and found the second victim who did not make it. They located the suspect who was barricaded inside a bathroom and then coordinated as much as they could the continued efforts to save the life of the male, preserve the dignity of the life lost of the female, and secure the life of the suspect. The negotiations with the suspect, who was armed and barricaded inside a house that can be best described as a house of horrors, took hours. The immediate neighbors were evacuated. And for several hours, we continued negotiations with this individual to get them to surrender safely without any other harm to themselves or anybody else, including the members of the organization. I have to tell you, folks, I've been to a lot of homicide scenes. I'm glad I didn't go to that one. And I'm grateful for the members who did. I don't know what's going to happen to them over the course of the long haul. I'm just incredibly grateful for their resilience in that moment and their ability to at least save 2 lives. I'm also grateful for the amazing support we had from paramedic services. The life saved was reported to me initially as the person 2 homicide victims. Through the work of our paramedic services and our hospital staff, they brought that second person back to life and have maintained that so far. That is never going to get on the highlight reel, and it will never make its way into the standing agenda item. I share that with you. That platoon was also directly involved in the saving of a 9-month-old baby this summer who was abducted from their mother. I can tell you with all honesty, that platoon was involved in 2 calls for service that I've never seen in my years of policing, and they resolved both of them safely. It was entirely frontline uniformed police officers, civilian dispatchers and call takers, critical incident commanders and platoon inspectors. That resulted in the saving of a 9-month-old baby in the summer and the saving of at least 2 lives in this homicide. You can go your entire 30-year career and never have one of those calls. That platoon had 2 within the same year, within a matter of several months. That is a quality of policing in the city that never gets proper due in these meetings or any other meetings that I'm aware of. And so I appreciate your indulgence having the opportunity to share that with the board and the public. On to more positive and less traumatic updates for you, board. We all want to work together toward an increased understanding of the issues and pressures both the community and the police face, enhancing collaboration and exploring actionable steps that we can take together to come to common solutions. It takes all of us listening to each other, understanding each other, and working together for there to be any true community safety and well-being improvements to happen in the city of Ottawa. That is what we've been increasingly hearing from the community as we continued with the budget-related consultations. Since the tragic shooting homicide of Tyson in Ngozi this summer, a young Burundi man with his full life ahead of him, the Ottawa Police Service has been trying to support the broader Burundi community. I want to talk about an example of how we build trust, rebuild shattered lives, and we go through it step by step in the short, medium, and long term. This is an example of it. Over the last few months, we formed a new partnership with the Alliance de Burundi in Canada. In fact, this past Saturday, the Ottawa Police soccer team worked with the Burundi community to bring members of our service together with members of the Burundi community in a soccer game to honor Tyson and his family's desire to see greater cooperation and trust between the Burundi youth and the police. This was followed up that same evening with the Burundi community-sponsored meeting on gun violence awareness, where Acting Deputy Chief Isabel Granger, Councillor Ralston King, and I were on a panel that included elected officials from all 3 levels of government and from 2 different provinces. I want to recognize Councillor King's effort. Yes, this was in his ward where the meeting took place, but more importantly, he was there representing the city, representing the Anti-Racism and EDI Directorate, and also representing the board and its interests in the topic, and he did an outstanding job. The community praised the efforts of the Ottawa Police Service and repeatedly expressed the need to support police efforts to keep the community safe. They also expressed frustration with the overall social safety net in Ottawa, especially as it related to serving the needs of immigrant and BIPOC communities like theirs. They expressed concerns around the need to change policing, make it better, and make it better specifically around the needs of BIPOC communities. Another example of our efforts, 2 weeks ago, members of the Ottawa Police Service and the Congolese community came together in an innovative effort to rebuild trust between the community from the Congolese community and the Ottawa Police Service. This effort was led by Acting Superintendent Dave Zacharias and the EDI unit, as well as supports from Acting Deputy Chief Granger. We brought in the Canadian Institute for Conflict Resolution. They provided a delegation yesterday, by the way, board, and they facilitated a very difficult but very successful 3-hour listening, talking, healing, and problem-solving session. Again, I want to recognize OPS board members Dr. Johnson, Bev Johnson, and Councillor Ralston King. They came at the beginning of the meeting. They stayed for as much as they could. I believe, Bev, you were there for at least 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And they stayed throughout the entire process as much as they could to support the process. This pilot project was successful. It'll be evaluated along with the community's input, with the hope of expanding it in our efforts to rebuild trust and improve partnerships with other BIPOC communities. Another example, last week, the Ottawa Police Service met with the United Muslim Organizations of Ottawa-Gatineau and the Council of Imams. At this meeting, the Muslim community leaders expressed increasing concerns for hate-related incidents, the health and safety of their youth, as well as their elderly community members. They spoke about their increasing needs for safety and security in regards to those hate incidents, and particularly how they impact Islamic celebrations and centers of prayer and worship. They were requesting greater policing presence and patrols in and around their places of worship at all times, but particularly during the Friday High Holy Prayers. And they wanted more police programs that supported directly their youth and their seniors. Another example was a meeting that we had last week with representatives from Ottawa's 2S LGBTQIA+ community. They too expressed safety concerns that relate to hate incidents. Hate incidents that affect both community members and service members themselves. And I have to say, I was quite impressed with these two community members that recognize the need for us to support both the community and our own members who were out or who had not yet come out. They expressed a desire to see more investments in external service delivery change and internal culture change. They also expressed the need for the organization to demonstrate its willingness to integrate its operations or defer its operations to other appropriate service providers. They supported the need for transition of calls for service from the Ottawa Police Service. They said that they agreed that such a transition requires carefully coordinated transition plans, pilot projects, and evaluations involving the police and all relevant community stakeholders. We're increasingly hearing from the community, especially our BIPOC community consultations, that they need and want more partnerships and more support from the police, not less, better, but not less. They're also expressing frustration at unaddressed service needs that they're experiencing. Some of these service needs are with the police, but they also include the other sectors, including social services, healthcare, housing, transportation, and education. They express increasing frustration regarding the overall lack of coordination between local social safety net service providers, including the police. This is an issue that requires all civic leaders, all of us on this call, to work together, to sit down together, to implement the community safety well-being plan that has been approved for the city. The community wants fewer polarizing debates and more coordinated decisions. They want the city community safety well-being plan to be successful, to be implemented quickly, effectively, and sustainably. They want action. I know you do. I know we do also. The Ottawa Police Service has some of the finest public servants and police officers anywhere in the world. The police have been left to respond to issues arising from chronic underfunding of community resources and the social safety infrastructure for decades. The solution cannot be accomplished in 1 year or with one pilot project. It must be done together over the course of time with a jointly developed action plan to achieve safe, sustainable, successful solutions to these complex problems. The Ottawa Police Service will work with the board, the City of Ottawa, and the community to apply evidence-based best practices in the design, implementation, and continuous evaluation of better systems, different systems, better systems, to create better services and service delivery outcomes for all Ottawa residents. In closing, I want to thank all Ottawa Police Service members who are doing their best every day to meet the service needs of our community with compassion, courage, and professionalism. I want to thank the board for its ongoing support to our members in achieving just those things. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Miigwech. Back over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chief. Member Norman.
Thank you, Chief, for your very presentation, and I thank you for your greetings. I accept that with a true humbleness. And just to correct for the records, I did 3 ride-alongs, not 2, in the past 3 weeks. So thank you, Chief.
Anything further, Member Norman?
No, I am fine. Thank you.
And congratulations on behalf of all of the board. Member Smallwood, you're next. And if I could just ask you to take control of the meeting, I have to step away for a few minutes.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
I'll talk while you're gone.
Okay.
I too wanted to add my congratulations to Member Nerman. I'm trying to find you on the screen. Everybody's moved around now. So moving on, I too wanted to congratulate you, as the chief had done, on your well-deserved reward for your activities in the community. So absolutely congratulations on that. Also, Chief, I wanted to thank you for sharing that tragic event in Ottawa. I know that's difficult for everybody in the service, and in fact, difficult for everybody in the wider community. So really appreciate your sharing it with us. And I think it gives everybody a sort of a brief glimpse into the kind of issues that the service can face, and that the community has to deal with. And this will not be over anytime soon. There'll be an awful lot more happening here. I had a question for you, and it's kind of a general question, and we hadn't heard for a long time about how the members were dealing with COVID. It's been a while since you've updated us on it, and I really haven't heard very much. And I know that when it first happened, sort of seeing a lot of challenges with respect to members trying to get their PPE on when they're dealing with members of the public. Things happen quickly, and just that whole interaction. I'm wondering, since this seems like it could be something that's going to go on for some unforeseen period, I'm wondering if you could just let us know how that's going, how the members are dealing with that, and are you having any issues internally with members and COVID?
Thank you very much for your comments, Chair. I'm assuming the role, you've taken over the role of Chair at least temporarily, but thank you. Very broad set of responses. First of all, we are continuing with our vaccination policy. I believe we're in the range of in the mid 90% in terms of at least one vaccine. Double vaccinations are going up. Our implementation plan around education engagement is continuing. I'll recognize Acting Deputy Chief Dunlop, who's currently overseeing our pandemic plan. That's a whole of service effort that's been supported across the board. And again, in close coordination with Ottawa Public Health, Dr. Etches and her team, as well as meeting the unique challenges that we have within the policing environment for our members, particularly those that are frontline 24/7 and have been public facing ever since the onset of the pandemic. In reference to some of your comments, our members have literally been working every hour of every day of every month over the last 20 plus months of the pandemic. The vast majority of them are shift workers and frontline facing. Despite that, I believe the number still remains at only 10 of our members who contracted the illness. There may have been one more in the last week, Isabel, out of your area, but I'll get a confirmation on that. But 10 is the number that I had the most firm update over the course of 20 months, only 2 of which that I'm aware of contracted that from their work related as opposed to their personal life related. That is an amazing track record of success around keeping our members healthy and safe over the course of a global pandemic that has hit many other organizations and sectors far more hard, even though our members are front facing. As I was asked a question in the last board meeting around how our members are doing generally, like every human being who's gone through the pandemic and who work in a variety of backgrounds, our members have absorbed an additional level of stress and strain specific to the pandemic, general to the overall stresses and strains that have piled on humanity. We're no different, although we get some additional extra professional training, and there are internal resources that we've been able to provide through the board's approval of our budgets. It has impacted them in unique ways as much as they're all unique individuals. It has put cost pressures on us. It's dried up revenues in some cases. It's increased expenditures in other cases. Some of the innovative work earlier on, including setting up our own decontamination programs within several locations, have allowed our members to be able to be more effectively decontaminated out of close quarter contacts. But that decontamination doesn't alleviate the psychological and emotional stress that I spoke of earlier on. We have seen an increase in reporting of workplace injury-related incidents. Some of them relate to being spit upon, in close contact with people we found out later to have communicable diseases, including COVID. So that has had an impact on some of our short, medium-term absenteeism, as well as the level of reporting around health and safety-related incidents. I'll take a pause there and see if Acting Deputy Dunlop has any more information around our overall pandemic planning, including return to workplace planning. And also I'd ask Deputy Chief Bell, CAO Deputy Chief Bell, to speak to any other trends around health and safety, absenteeism, or illnesses that directly relates to the impact of COVID. Jamie, you first, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. The members, Chief, it was very concise in terms of we are just a microcosm society. So in terms of what the members had to face at home, working shift work like many healthcare workers may do as well, and they may have elderly parents or those who are immune compromised. All those type of stresses go along with what they had to deal with their job. At work here, we had a pandemic team that we put together from the very beginning that has gone through different reiterations depending on the needs. And in the beginning, like everybody, struggling to find the right PPE and decontamination machines and what have you. So we had a tent set up in the garage, and the officers had to use it fairly regularly to decontaminate after various calls for service, including their cars as well had to. But we and as well, we have a uniform machines in every building that help to clean the uniforms properly. So those are things we got in place quickly to help support the members, at least when they're going to do their job, and feel at least comfortable that we're providing the best we could as it all progressed through. And once the science got better and clearer for all of us, then we were able to make some adjustments. So they did very, very, very well with that. In terms of return to the office work that we are doing, initially we had a plan that was sort of staggered, like many businesses are doing. But we want to support members, be it the fact that they're not comfortable yet or whatever they may have, and they're able to complete their jobs work. Certainly a lot of our positions, civilians and even some sworn are able to do that to a certain degree. And we want to support those members, but we did have a return to work policy that we were slowly implementing leading up to January, but that's all based on the environment and what we're seeing that may transpire. We're entering the fourth wave and monitoring that, so it's not stuck in stone. We want to support our members as we continue, as the world continues to transition and become more vaccinated, more secure in terms of what that return to work may look like. So we are individually through our supervisors, we have empowered them as well to be flexible and to work with their members that work with them in order to make them feel supported. And it has worked out well. The work continues to get done. And I applaud our members actually under these difficult circumstances, sometimes even working from home. Many people know, and I'm sure you've been on Zoom calls where it's because of childcare as well, or other issues that surprise people. They've done a marvelous job keeping up with their work, and we're continuing to move progressionally towards eventual the return to work once the world settles a bit. So I hope that answered your question.
I actually just wanted to follow up a little bit on that. Do you have any sense at this point if there will be a permanent work from home, a portion of the workforce that may permanently work from home, or is it your intention that 100% of the officers will be returning to their offices?
I think as an
Sorry,
no, talking. Go ahead, Steve. No, I'll let you handle that.
Okay. Thanks for the question, Member Smallwood. So what I could say is it's not one extreme or the other. I actually think COVID, one of the things the pandemic has given us is it's given us the opportunity to look at how we support our staff, how we actually get our work done as an organization, both here and people working remotely. I think there's a hybrid option for that. We're a service organization. 80+% of our organization needs to actually come in to a place so they can go out and serve our public. I do think there is a balance in there that we do have the ability to have some people work at sometimes remotely, and we just have to find that right mix and that right balance. What I will say is one of the things that we're currently undertaking as a result of the work we've done around the budget is a review of our facilities strategic plan so that we can work some of those different options into it. So to get back to your question, it's not an everyone will work from home and it's not a no one will work from home, but there is a good balance that we're currently looking to manage.
Thank you very much, Deputy Bill. And Chair, I don't know if you're back in the seat or not, but it was over to Member Sueda now. He had a question as well. So I'll let you turn it over to him, or he can just launch in.
Thank you, Member Smallwood. Go ahead, Member Sueda.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And I also want to extend my congratulations to Member Nerman as well, and also for all of his philanthropy that he does as well. So thank you, congratulations. Chief, in your opening comments, you talked about the tragic incident in Barrhaven. You described the horrors as much as you can, as much as you can share, but we can all just imagine. Police are people too, Chief. I know we expect them to be tough and strong, but I'm sure this gruesome incident affected these officers. Can you remind us what supports these officers have, and if any of these officers involved needed these supports?
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Deputy Bell if he can speak to the range of health and wellness supports that we have in the organization. I can tell you for sure, one of the officers, the night I was out visiting the platoon, required a significant amount of supports, despite the fact that she is an amazingly resilient human being. But it's one of those areas, it can hit you in the first second, it can hit you 30 years later. That is one of the challenges we have with this profession, and the duty to service that we have. But I will ask Deputy Bell if he can provide you with a bit more of a catalog of the types of supports and services that have been in place. And again, much of that with gratitude to the board for its priority around member health and wellness and its commitment to funding our budget requests in this area. Steve, over to you.
Yep. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Member Sueda. It's an important question. It's one that we struggle with all the time. I'll tell you, our members do incredibly difficult work in incredibly traumatic circumstances. One of the things we're proud of as an organization is the investments we've made in members' health and wellness. I think there's more we can do. You're going to see, again, back to the budget, in the budget, some investments in those areas. But I think we have a lot that's in place already. I can tell you, as relating to that specific incident, one of the things that immediately triggers as soon as that happens is there's briefings that are sent out by our senior leaders who are on the scene, and there's flags and triggers around member health and member wellness and supports that can go to them. Included in that is immediate debriefings around the incident, often called hot wash. So people have the opportunity to have a discussion about what happened, and learn from that and start to unpack the incident. Beyond that, we have a program internally called Critical Incident Stress Management. That's a more organized, formalized debrief of the circumstances with all those involved to allow people to start to unpack their feelings, start to have discussions about what happened and how they need to manage and manage it moving ahead. Really proud of the peer support program we have internally. We have a number of people who are dedicated to that program who will immediately begin to reach out to those officers involved. Beyond that, we track all of these calls through our early intervention program. So the chief referenced this specific platoon. They've been involved in a number of traumatic incidents, in a number of high profile incidents that we know over history can become cumulative and have an adverse impact on members. That is input into that system so that supervisors can be triggered and alerted to the accumulation of those types of incidents and their involvement in it. From that, we've invested in supervisor training to make sure that they are equipped to be able to provide that emotional support to their members to help them get through these types of incidents, to actually look for some of the triggers and look for some of the other supports that they may need to leverage. Credit to the board, we probably have the best psychological services and support of any police service across the country, with our members' access to psychological counseling through their benefit plan. So it's not a one size fits all. It's not one for anyone, but I can tell you it's something we take extremely seriously, see as extremely important, because our biggest investment and our biggest value is the resources and the people we have delivering our services. So it is a large coordinated effort that we need to continue to grow and develop, but we think we have really good basis for.
Thank you, Deputy Chief, for that answer. And I just want to thank again those officers that attended that gruesome day. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Sueda. So received on the report? Received. Thank you. So now we'll go to the next held item, which I believe is item number 6, and it was held by Member King.
Thank you, Chair. And I would also like to enjoin my comments from my colleagues. I had the privilege and the honor to see Member Neerman inducted into the Order of Ottawa. And I really appreciate the work that he does on behalf of multiple diverse communities in the city, as well as the work that he has undertaken around equity, diversity, and inclusion, not just here with the Police Services Board, but generally throughout the city. So I really do want to thank him for his work. I also wanted to ask, because a lot of the work around equity, diversity, and inclusion, we actually saw play out at multiple events that I and Member Johnson had attended and the chief had attended, both for the Cameroonian and the Burundian communities. And I just wanted to get a sense of how a strategy of engagement with these communities are going forward. I know that some of that is outlined in the report before us, but not specifically in these types of scenarios. So I was just curious, what is the strategy on a go-forward basis in terms of that type of engagement, which I think the communities responded well to.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm going to queue up Acting Deputy Chief Isabel Granger. Her substantive, as you know, is overseeing our Respect, Values, and Inclusion unit, directorate, which includes our Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion unit. They are responsible for advancing EDI internally, as well as strategic partnerships with an EDI focus externally. It was Isabel that actually came up with the initial idea around using an external third party to help to broker these types of relationships and advance them. Although a lot of that work has been carried on by now Acting Superintendent Zacharias, as Isabel has taken on the executive level. I've asked for Dave Zacharias to be available to answer any more questions, but while we're getting Dave online, I'm going to turn to Isabel to provide some better background and a bit of a peek around the corner as to where we're going on this. Isabel?
Thank you, Chief. And thank you for the question. It is a great question because a lot of our success with how we show up in our community and how they perceive us and how they experience us it depends on the relationships that we have with them. So under the Respect, Values, and Inclusion Directorate, we have the section Strategic Partnerships Engagement. We have a framework for engagement, which is approved to endorsed at international standards. We're probably second to none across the country. We under Hamid Musa, and it's I'm sure you're all familiar with the Partnership in Action. So we are consistently connected to the communities. We also relationship is really very, very central to what we do, and this the reason that we've taken this we've even expanded the approach in contracting a third party for the independence and objectivity is because we've been we know that in some cases there is low trust, so it's important that people feel safe. And the one that you were, Member King, the one that that session that you attended a few weeks ago, the session that you were on was actually a fourth in the series of sessions. We also realized that we cannot. It's a brick by brick sometimes. Sometimes it's day by day. Sometimes it takes a while. And I wish you could have stayed till the end, because there was a young man in there, a couple of young men in there that in the beginning were very, very closed to, and even their body language was closed. But I think the chief mentioned yesterday, but mentioned recently that when at the end of the session, I think it was Lorna that mentioned last night that at the end of the session, when we did a circle, went around the circle asking what one word and what do you think, this person went from saying I'm here for justice to saying the word hope. I have hope, and so it's a step by step. So this is what we also. Member King, we also very conscious of the fact that although society will often group people under the same umbrella, we also know that it's important that we are very much aware of the uniqueness of the communities within the community. So it's our engagement with them is not dependent on it's totally a community partner focused, not focused on us. So we are very much embrace the uniqueness, and as we do that, we learn, and so it's a reciprocal learning. So perhaps Dave could take up from here, but it's very rewarding work, I'll say.
Councillor King, if I'll just give you, if you've got enough information from that, we can move on. If not, I can ask Dave to provide some more insights.
I just had one follow-up question. I think what Isabel provided was great, but the follow-up is really just the linkages between these processes that are dealing with the service, and then also the CEC, the Community Equity Council, and just wondering if there's any interplay there, because I know that they do serve different roles, and this was the dialogue I saw was really a dialogue between police service members and the community. But I'm just wondering if CEC plays any role or any or structured to participate in the process.
Isabel, do
Yes.
you want to do that one then?
Yes, I will, Chief. And unfortunately, the event that you were at, the CEC co-chair Sahada had a conflicting appointment that she had to attend. But they have been CEC is integral to go forward, because we actually they actually hold up the mirror to us a lot of times in helping us to see how we just in advising us on showing up and just strategic advice on potential impacts with community and advice on steps to take. So they are. Short answer is they are a very integral part of that process.
I appreciate that, and those were my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member King, and thank you for the answers received on item 6.
Received.
Received.
Okay, moving on then to item number 7, and that item was held by Member Smallwood.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I do apologize because, as I mentioned, I can't call up the report on my screen, so I'm going by some notes I had made, which are somewhat scant. But I noticed on page 4 of the performance report, I think it's page 125 of the agenda, there's an item about the P1 priority 1 calls, and I think for the public, my understanding is P1 or priority 1 calls are the ones where life is at risk. That's the sort of, I think, the call the public often thinks of a police response call, high importance with the sirens going. And I note in the report that they represent 1% of the total. But I didn't see any breakdown of the other 99% of the calls. And so I had put a call in to John Steinbach's, and John was going to try to get me an answer on that, but I didn't get an answer. So I'm just, and it may well be that I just couldn't find it, but I'm just wondering how the other 99% of the calls break down.
Thank you, Member Smallwood. I'm going to ask Deputy Bell to respond.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Chief. Thank you, Member Smallwood. So a little bit of history to this report. This report is a performance report that was set up in terms of metrics that the board was looking for us to provide. So I'm not sure how many iterations of boards ago established that this was the framework that we were to report performance in, but that's what you have in front of you. We've been in discussions, and I think we've been in discussions with this board to update not only the performance metrics, but the reporting mechanism that we use and the information we included. We have not included more than P1 calls, as you've indicated. We will absolutely get you that information. We've had discussions with our data team over the last number of days to start to itemize those and identify them. And what we'll go as far to say is any changes that the board would like to see to this report and how we structured and how we presented it, we'd be happy to accommodate. So we will take that information from you, Member Smallwood. We will provide you that information. And if you want to give us direction on how you'd like to see this report changed or laid out differently, we'd be happy to accommodate that.
So if I may, Chair, I think what would be helpful is because the public sees the importance of a police response. So we're seeing a priority 1, which is only 1% of the calls. I think just from even if now you could just tell me what I know what priority 1 is because I read it in the report. What can you just tell me what a priority 2, without giving me the percentages because I realize you don't have them. Could you just define what a priority, say, 2 call is? And do you have any idea what takes us to say 50% of the calls? Like what are 50% of the calls priority 4 or priority 3? Or I want to get a sense of, because I know we're, and I do apologize because as you said, this is something we hadn't asked you for previously. So it's just, it really stood out to me that the priority 1 was only 1%. So that's why I think that's what happens with reporting is sometimes it triggers other things. So that's where it left me.
So what I'll start by saying is we do have access to all that information. It doesn't sit in front of me, and I've learned quickly it's not a good idea to guess in these meetings, so I'm not going to give you information that isn't absolutely factual. Priority 1 call is a call with imminent danger to somebody, victim, suspect, member of the community, and we respond to that. Priority 2 is an extension on that with a lower imminent threat risk. Priority 3 and 4 are lower priorities of calls where we do engage in mobile response at a different set of standards in terms of what our expectation is to arrive to those. Priority 5, 6, and 7 are a variation of deferred response, a variation of follow-up response that wouldn't necessarily be immediately provided by our frontline members in an immediate circumstance. Again, what I'll tell you is we will provide information to the query. We will break down our call type protocol and our call response protocol in great detail for you, give you the statistics around it and the explanation of it as a response to a query. And then we will actually embed whatever information from that you would like to see in this report.
Thank you very much, Deputy. And I'm sure maybe some of the other members would like to weigh in just on whether or not this would be helpful to them to understand how calls are done and the numbers that are involved and that sort of thing. But before I turn it over to others who may want to follow up on that, there was one other point on that report. And that was, I know that during the presentations that I attended with you, Deputy, there was a comment about a trend towards, and I'm not sure what the exact wording was, but maybe a concern that there was a trend towards more severe crime in the city. And I noticed in this report that the third quarter showed a 40% decrease in severe crime. So I'm just wondering if you could comment on that. Is this mean that sort of uptick that had previously been seen has now leveled off? I mean, a 40% decline sounds quite stunning. So it may be that it's because of the reporting period as to where it happened, how it happened, when it happened. But I think it is an important consideration just in terms of knowing whether severe crime is level on the decline or on the incline. So I'm not sure if you have any comment on that.
So what I would say that my first and foremost comment that on that would be is during 2020 and during 2021, it has been very challenging for us to make any sort of assumptions around any sort of trends or attribute any anomalies within that data to anything other than what could be related to the pandemic and the change in the movements and interactions within our society. We track these on a regular basis. We pay attention to actually what we think those trends look like. But we've learned pretty quickly that it's difficult to make any operational changes, to make any assumptions around what's happening in our community and in our society through pandemic-based numbers. We'll continue to watch that. We'll continue to report on it and have the discussions with the board. We just haven't been able to provide any sort of assumptions based on the anomaly circumstance that we're in right now.
With your indulgence, Chair, I certainly appreciate that. And I guess the reason I asked the question was because perhaps I misheard, but I did hear it 25 times with all of the, in fact, I think times two. I did hear Cyril mention that in every time when he talked about it, he did say there was an upward trend in severe crime. So I understand and appreciate your answer, but it seems to be at odds with the answer that was given the 25 times that I heard it with the various, or 23 times with various councillors.
So absolutely, Member Smallwood, what that was based on ward-based data, because those discussions we had were with the ward councillors, where we provided ward-based data over the previous year and previous quarters relating to violent crime, traffic incidents, a number of unified crime reporting code violations. So the data we presented was the data we have for what occurred within those wards. We will cross-references to the overall data that's been provided within this report to make sure there's not an error anyway. But both sets of data are what we've drawn from our databases.
Thank you very much, Deputy.
Thank you very much, Member Smallwood. Member Nerman, you had your hand up. Did you still want to ask a question?
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so seeing no further, received on item number 7?
Received.
Okay, the next held item was item number 8, and Member Smallwood, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just, in the financial status report, I wondered if there was a possibility if you could walk us through the efficiencies. I think that's an important thing for us to understand. And I just wondered if it would be possible, if I'm not sure, Chief, who would be able to do that. Just to give us, the board, an idea of the efficiencies that are mentioned in the financial status report.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. That'll be Deputy Bell again. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Smallwood. So just so I'm clear, are you specifically looking to go through the itemized, identified solutions to the pressures that we have?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yep, for sure. So thank you for that. So as you've seen in this report, we're identifying $14.1 million in total pressures coming out of Q3, and we've identified $14.1 million in solutions that we've been able to come up with. It comes from a range of different opportunities we have within our financial forecasting and our budgeting to be able to identify both one-time savings and savings that we believe we can apply towards efficiency targets in coming years. I can break it down into a number of different items and explain what has actually contributed to that money for us. So the first thing that we've identified is there's $1.4 million in the delays that we have in filling the sworn staffing positions that have been attributed to the complement in the 2021 budget. There's a gap. We've hired for 2 positions there, our VAW coordinator and our Indigenous Women's Safety Table advisor that we've come to the board before to seek approval, leaving 28 positions unfilled. That has provided $1.4 million to us in cost savings over the year that we've attributed to these pressures. There's also a series of one-time provincial funding that's been provided to us, mostly related to COVID expenses. That totals $3.7 million that is in year and not expected to be received in future years. Beyond that, we have $1.5 million in savings relating to end of a contract for member health and wellness around our Real U contract, as well as some unspent areas around support to the guiding council that next year we anticipate will be attributed towards supporting the work to support our members and the work that the guiding council is taking on. COVID pandemic year 2021 has been a COVID year for us, so it's seen the restrictions around it. So we've seen a number of deferred or delayed costs around training, around purchasing of equipment, around purchasing of goods and services that we would normally get and we would anticipate getting in future years. We've also seen facilities savings that are one in-year savings. Some that we figure we will delay, we will anticipate we'll need to delay another year. Others that we believe will be true savings moving on. Beyond that, we've seen some savings in postage, some savings in public consultation because it's all in this format now, less mileage used by our members, as well as less parking that's being accessed. So all of that comes together to actually equal the $14.1 million in savings that we've seen so far this year to help make ourselves whole so that we don't go into any sort of deficit come year end.
Thank you, Deputy.
Member Johnson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Deans. And this is just really a follow-up question to Vice Chair Smallwood's question. Do you think you could replicate finding those solutions in 2022?
So as part of, so thank you for the question, Member Johnson. As part of the exercise we've gone through the budget, we've really taken a lot of time and care to break out what we believe is one-time savings and what we believe is actually future savings moving year over year. We figure within what we've uncovered this year, we have a little over $1 million that can be applied to efficiencies in years moving ahead. What I can tell you is that in the budget document that we've tabled, those efficiencies are worked into management responsibilities, management efficiencies that we're going to find, efficiencies around our facility strategic plan and our fleet replacement program. So some of them has been worked in large portion. We think most of those costs were just delayed over the year because of the year we're in, but there is some that we can save.
The various impacts of the pandemic is what you're saying. Okay, on expenses. Thank you very much. That's all, Chair.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Seeing no further questions received on item number 8.
Received.
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 Okay, item number 9, held by Member Nerman.
Thank you, Chair. So before I begin, I wish to thank all the members of this august board who have conveyed their greetings to me, and I am very humble and I promise to do more in the coming years. So a question to you, Chief, about the workforce management report. You have laid down your Q3 things, and as you all know, very recently, our Ontario Minister of Solicitor General has invested about $75 million to reinforce the fight against gun and gang violence in communities across Ontario, to curb the fight against street gangs and organized crime, and Ottawa is no exception. I have been raising the issues of guns and gang violence, hate crimes, shootings, and killings to you, and on November 9th, during Finance and Audit Committee meeting, you advised that there are service constraints to the staffing and other issues. So, Chief, what will be the impact going forward on this? If you have the resources, the staff, why there is a shortage or a constraints in such an important and vital units which are concerning the public safety and wellness of the communities and the members?
Yes, thank you. I think they're two related questions, Member Nerman. So I'll try to answer what I understand you to be asking, but if I get it wrong, just redirect. First of all, you are correct. The province has made a substantial announcement around a $70+ million commitment over several years to fight organized crime, particularly gun and gang and drug-related crime in the province of Ontario. It's the result of a 2-year effort from police services across the province, but led specifically by the Ontario Provincial Police, as well as the Toronto Police Service. It's in recognition that the nature of gun and gang crime has actually moved from a neighborhood base or a demographic base to a whole of province, where we have members involved in drug trafficking, gun trafficking, and violent associated crimes who operate between Sudbury, Sault Ste. Marie, and downtown Toronto, where drug transactions happen on a 3.5-hour drive between the GTA and Eastern Ontario, and where different individuals are involved in contract killings or other related violent activities to secure the drug trade and the gun trade and move about literally across the country and across international borders. So rather than the traditional approach, which is to fund individual police services, or more recently, the GTA exclusively, the province is recognizing a provincial strategy, a provincial database, provincial analytical capabilities, and province-wide or at least region-wide operations, joint force operations. So the majority of the funding will go to the OPP to establish a large provincial database, a large analytical capability, and to coordinate to an even greater degree regional or fully provincial, if not multinational operations. Out of all that, how much of that trickles down directly to the Ottawa Police Service? There is no direct trickle-down amount that we've been provided. It will provide capability for us to tap into. It will provide supports to our specific investigations, and we'll be invited to provide supports to the overall creation of the database, the analysis, and to investigations that have an impact on Eastern Ontario or the city itself. But we do not have a designated amount of money from these millions of dollars that will come into the city of Ottawa and in any way offset our budget. Our actual real challenge is that we are understaffed in our guns and gangs unit. We've talked about that in previous calls. Our challenge is if for whatever reason the province wants to do a joint forces project and requires a dedicated member or members of our police service to join it, that will remove that member from our day-to-day activities and plug them into that provincial or regional operation. Now that may have a direct impact on us, but it may have a more dispersed impact across other areas. So it's a give and take, one that we'll be challenged to fully engage in because we're not fully staffed up in those areas. As more details become available about how that money will be expended, we will certainly be looking to get more direct dollar figures into direct impact here in the city. But right now, they're in the early days of considering how to spend that money to have a provincial-wide effect as opposed to a particular jurisdictional effect. Hopefully that answers both of your questions.
Thank you, Chief. Just to be clear to understand that the province which has pumped in this money to curb this violence, because this is a priority for the province. So if our units, which are already understaffed in the guns and gang, it will be, this funding will be impacted to the Ottawa Police as well because of that factor?
It will have indirect benefit that we can draw from this database. We can tap into the provincial analytical capability that will offset to some degree what we're trying to find out about information that relates to other jurisdictions, crimes that happen here that have their origin in other areas, crimes that happen in other areas that have their origin here. So it's an indirect benefit, but there's no direct transfer payment from that money to the Ottawa Police Service that we can say, we can hire an officer, we can pay for their wages, we can run a specific project here. We can make applications to have projects run here, but then we have to staff those projects with our own members. And right now we're facing staffing shortages in our unit. So it's a benefit, but we're still going to have to stretch ourselves to take advantage of that benefit.
Thank you, Chief. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Member Sweda.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm not sure if my question is for you, Chair, or for the Chief, but I'll ask it. What can the board do to lobby the province to get a piece of this pie?
Chair, I'm in your hands. I'd be happy to start off, but I defer to you.
Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Member Sweda. I think there is a lot that can and should be done between police of jurisdiction anywhere and their boards. I would extend that to their city councils. It goes back again to the Police Service Act and its requirement for community safety wellbeing planning. Although guns and gangs is not one of the priorities within our plan, there is an indirect impact on it. It was a discussion in the early days of prioritization. But irrespective of where that particular set of crimes and public safety issues lie, now that the province has mandated municipalities to have a community safety wellbeing plan that involves not just the police, but a wider variety of civil actors, whenever we have come up with a public safety priority, it invites a larger level of government relations activity between the municipality and the province. One of the areas of concern I have is not so much around the announcement of funding for guns and gangs and drugs. What I'm concerned about is we haven't had a similar or even nearly similar level of announcement around funding for community safety wellbeing planning, implementation, evaluation. So that may be an even more pressing concern for all municipalities, including ours, as we're trying to find startup funding and capability to significantly accelerate the benefits that should accrue from a whole of city approach to addressing community safety, wellbeing, and planning. Those are conversations that the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police have been having with the province, the Solicitor General specifically. Those are conversations that as Chief of Police here, I have had with the Solicitor General, with the new Office of Independent Police Review Directorate, headed up by Devon Clunas. So I have actively lobbied for clarity around the plan, capacity building around the plan, and funding around the plan. That is why specifically I went to the Solicitor General last year to secure a $987,000 funding amount to pay for the 1.5, in part to pay for the $1.5 million we committed in the 2021 budget to advancing our mental health strategy, specifically a pilot project in the market area. Again, unfortunately, the money was issued, but it went to the Ottawa LIN and never came back into the Ottawa Police Service, and we don't know to what effect any of that money was expended. It certainly didn't impact our demands that we've been trying to address with the board over the last little while. So there is a huge opportunity for this service, this board, and this city to do more direct government relations to all levels of government and to all ministries that impact anything to do with our community safety wellbeing plan. It's the Solicitor General, it's the Ministry of Education, it's the Ministry of Health, it's the Ministry of Social Services. Any ministry that has any impact on our community safety wellbeing plan should be engaged around building capacity to implement that and address all the aspects of the social determinants of health.
Thank you, Chief. So, Chair, is there something that we can do as board members, or is it City Council that has to initiate this?
I think both the City Council and this board can, lobby the province and write letters in support of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan initiative. And I think we should. We're coming into a provincial budget provincial election, as we all know. So it's usually a time they open the purse strings. So I think this is absolutely the right time to do that. But I'm going to defer the rest of the answer to Member Nerman, because he's our representative on the OIPSB. And I think the question to Member Nerman is there a provincial plan with, amongst Police Services Board to put this issue on the front burner, especially coming into an election cycle?
Thanks, Chair Deans. There had been some background discussions, but not active discussions, but I will be happy to be lobbying on behalf of the Ottawa Police Services Board. Should that is a priority, I will definitely lobby for that and speak on behalf of the board to the province through OAPSB.
Sorry, thank you. And Chief, did you want to add something?
Apologies, Chair. I don't know that. No, nothing else to add. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. Anything further, Member Nerman?
No, thank you. And thanks, Robert, for a very nice question. And it will keep us involved with lobbying with the province. So thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, please. I think that's to be very important for the city and for the service and for the community safety wellbeing plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And to Deputy Chief Bell, I just have one question on the workforce management report. And it's on really table 1 on page 3. And it's talking about the 2021 hires. I think there's 33 in total, 11 caused by resignations, and 22 is the remaining complement. And it says that the intake is December 2021, although in conversations I had around the budget, I was left with the impression that those new hires would be later on in 2022 than this. So can you just clarify that for me?
Yeah, that's so thank you, Chair Deans. That's correct. So the table actually, as it relates as Q3, what we're doing is doing a Q4 forecasting. You were correct. There is an intake at the Ontario Police College where we receive recruits in December, in April, and in September. So there's 3 intakes a year. We plot it along here so we keep track of our forecasting numbers about how many positions that we identify we need to hire. What I can tell you is this forecast, depending on the results of the budget, will be pushed over into next year where hiring would occur farther down. We won't make the December class, the January class. The soonest we would be able to hire recruits either for attrition or for the positions we've identified here would be in April, and we wouldn't hire the entire number at that point. Some would be pushed to September. So this is an accounting piece for us so that we can keep track of the numbers we have. We don't intend to hire in December of this year.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, received on this report. Which brings us to the main event, which is the budget deliberation. I have had a request for a recess before we commence that. I think it could be lengthy. So with the consent of the board, we will recess until 5 o'clock. Carried?
Thank you, Chair.
Carried.
So I want to offer my congratulations as well. Daljeet, I didn't get a chance in the meeting. I spoke, but then I slipped my mind when I started talking. But congratulations, that's so
Thank you.
fantastic.
Thanks,
Me too.
ma'am.
And from me too, Diljit.
Oh,
Very well
okay.
deserved. No, very
Ah.
well deserved.
It was a pleasant.
Yeah, I was there the night before. Not to get an award.
Yes, with Bharat. Bharat, I saw you with Bharat.
Yeah, Barrett.
Yes.
Yeah, Barrett. Yeah, he was from 2020, so the ceremony was postponed. So, yeah, he was very happy. So that was it was very nice.
Yeah, he has also done some remarkable things. And to be honest with you, sometime when I was there standing with the 15 people, I thought, did I really deserve that? Because there were so many deserving. When you see their profiles, their involvement, their contributions, you need to take a pledge to do more.
I think that you do deserve it, and it's humble people like you that always think that.
No, thanks to
Did I
you
do
for your
enough?
kind words. Thanks to
No.
you for kind words. I have to just take a small.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go grab a drink since it appears like.
Yeah, I just made a tea. Yeah.
I don't know where my notes are. Sorry for that delay, everyone, and welcome back. Before we recessed, I failed to call on Member Nerman to ask his questions on item number 10, although he said that he doesn't need to do that now. So can we receive item number 10? Received? Okay.
Received.
Okay, so we will now turn to the 2022 budget. And I wonder, Chief, if you wanted to make any opening remarks before, or what, should we just go straight to questions? Okay, why don't we go straight to questions? Has anyone got any questions on the 2022 budget? Okay, well, I'm sure there's questions. I have a page of questions. I'm just going to have to find them. So if anyone else wants to ask their questions right now.
If you want, I could start if there's no one else that.
Yeah.
Mine is a sort of a plea as much as a question. I wanted to just sort of have a conversation about something that's been part of the budget process for a very long time. And it is my sincere hope that this would be a change that I know that we've all talked about, meaningful change and being this being a change year. And one of the things that I'd very much like to see, and I know that for some people it seems like a small thing, but I assure you it actually has a deeper meaning than maybe some people realize, and that is the inclusion in the budget, which I was not thrilled to see this year of that infamous cop per pop chart that we've seen year after year. And I wanted to raise it because it's an issue that we see so often. It's structured the way the chart is structured is as if police are the center of, and the number of police are the center of the dialogue we should be having. That more police would equal less crime, and yet, and I've mentioned this before. If you look at the chart, if that was the case, then the cities that the more money you spend, the less crime you would have. And actually, if you look at the chart is set up so that it's determined. It's not set up by the population of cities or anything. It's set up it's structured to look at only the number of police per population. But if you were to look at outcomes instead, the only thing the chart talks about in terms of outcome is severity of crime. So if you were to take that chart and flip it upside down, what you end up with is the cities that spend the most money on police and have the most police per population also have the most severe crime. So the chart is counterproductive in terms of what it seems to be setting out to do. And I think most importantly, and this is a conversation the chief has led many times, it ignores the entire discussion around the community and the community being at the table, the community supports for issues like poverty, homelessness, addictions, mental health. And I think if I could use or perhaps misuse to some extent a statement by the chief, he has mentioned that the police should be at the table, but not at the head of the table. And I would suggest that what this chart does is have the police sitting all alone at the table. It's left out all of the other influencers in what happens in our community. So I would say that what would be really great going forward would be to see a chart that acknowledges that acknowledges the inputs of the various resources in the community, and that the police, of course, would be there. But as the chief has said, they would be one of those resources, and that the chart would look at the outcomes for the community as a whole. So what we would be looking at is a vibrant, safe, healthy community, not just this one thing that says, how many police do we have and what's our population, but a much more fulsome look at it, which I think is part of that change that we're all talking about, having the police as part of the community safety and well-being, but not the only determinant. And I guess the thing that I mentioned that this is important, and I want to, just from a media clipping I saw, Ottawa has one of the lowest police to population ratios in Canada. Don't put public safety at further risk is the media take on that. And one of the counselors, after a meeting that the service had, sent an email to the board specifically mentioning the cop per pop ratio. So clearly this thing resonates, and perhaps that's why it's used so much, but it's not what the discussion should be about. This is so the old way of looking at things. What we really need to be doing, I would hope, and I would suggest, is moving into that more comprehensive, holistic look at what in the community makes up and leads to community safety and well-being. So any chart that is ever brought to the board or the community should acknowledge the very, very vital role that all of these things play. It's been said many, many times. Just putting more police on the road, we can't police our way out of homelessness or addiction or mental health issues. This is a complex thing that needs the entire community involved. And I think this is a very important thing. If boards and councils are to make decisions, they have to see the whole picture, not just a very narrow slice of the picture. So that would just be my sincere wish going forward, that we can make that change. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Member Smallwood. Member Nerman.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I respect the right of the members who bring forward this motion. However, I and most of the rest of the board have not had.
I don't think that we've put a motion on the floor.
Not okay.
So we're asking questions on the budget right now, and then
okay. I'm extremely sorry. I think I miscalculated. Okay, I sorry. I take my words back.
Okay, Chief Slowly.
Thank you very much, Chair, and through you to Vice Chair Smallwood. There's no data that's irrelevant, but there should be no one single data point that becomes dominant in its relevance. I think, Chair, you and I agree that the dominance of the cop to pop has distracted policing and oversight bodies, general public, as well as academics for a long time. So I think we're fundamentally in agreement. But I would take your wish much further than maybe what you wish for. Hope and wishes won't get this board, this service, or this community to where it needs to be. We have a legislation change that impacts the board, the police service, and now the city. That legislation requires community safety wellbeing plans to be the driver of everything, including the police service, social services, the healthcare sector, education, the not-for-profit sector, counselors, and general managers and city staff. So I think the conversation between the board and the service, between the board, the service, and the city actually needs to go much further than what you just wished for. In fact, I would urge, recommend, strongly suggest, and offer my full support to this board that as you complete your very important work of drafting and implementing your strategic priorities, you make it very clear that your overall strategic plan and your approach to governance of this police service is very much aligned to community safety and well-being planning. That would require the board's strategic priorities to articulate measures of effectiveness, metrics, outputs, and outcomes that are aligned to the social determinants of health and the framework and principles of community safety well-being plan. That will almost automatically on its own eliminate the unhealthy use of a single population to cop the population stat by any police chief going forward. It will also mean that we'll actually get a range of other important indices around the relative effectiveness of the city in implementing its community safety wellbeing plan and the services support to that plan, and allow this board to ensure the service is working as a support at the table, not at the head of the table, and using data that matters to that table as opposed to just mattering to the police. So I think we're in full agreement, but it is through your strategic planning priority process that you can actually embed that requirement both into the board's governance and into the objectives of the service and hold us to account.
Chair, if I could just respond to that. You're muted.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I do appreciate your comments, Chief. And my wish is that this is the last time I ever see it presented to the board for any reason, irrespective of what else we do. It's because for all the reasons you've said, it's misleading, it's not helpful, and it sends dialogue in the wrong place. So I think, yes, absolutely, we're in agreement. My wish is that it not be presented again. And I've actually made that request in the past, and yet it continues to come forward. So that's all. But yes, we're in agreement, and I thank you for your comments, and I certainly agree with your thrust in your comments. So, and thank you, Chair, for allowing me.
Okay, thank you. Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. And like you, I've got lots of questions, but I just thought I'd start with one of them then. So my question comes from page 100 of the budget book, and it's about the total service initiatives that are in the budget here, which is $5,050. And my question, Chief, is for whoever you think would be best to understand that is, please explain for us the risk in putting that amount of efficiencies in a budget. What are the risks as a service in terms of, I guess, balancing the budget, staffing issues, and probably a lot more that I can't even think of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Johnson. I'm going to turn things over to Deputy Bell to walk through that line item and the information behind it and the impacts associated to it.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Member Johnson. So yeah, on page 100, the second area, I believe you're talking about the service initiatives / efficiencies, and there's 4 items totaling $5,050,000. So to walk through those, the first one is looking at outsourcing of our collision reporting center, which we will be bringing information to the board in Q1 of 2022. The work and the business cases that we've established to date is identify that there's a potential $550,000 savings in that. The second one is around capital reviews that we've done in our fleet and facilities to look at efficiencies. I spoke about some of those in my response to Member Smallwood's question around some of the solutions we'd found and identified in the Q3 financial report. So some of the areas that we found there, we've attributed to ongoing savings and efficiencies that we'll realize in 2022. And beyond that, we've done scrubs and identified further areas that we can look to actually tighten that budget up for a total of $600,000. In terms of management interventions, again, some of that list goes to the areas that we spoke about in the Q3 financial update. We'll accomplish probably almost $750,000 of that. Beyond that, we've already undertaken and started to identify several different areas within our current budget that we will be looking at putting controls, opportunities to tighten up and shrink those budgets in order to achieve that remaining $2 million of efficiencies. We've had some conversations with Strategy Corps about areas that we can look to identify in that. That we've already identified, as well as had some new eyes on it to look at some other areas that we could look to expand that. In terms of other efficiencies and reductions, that is specifically around some of the areas that we've looked to identify in terms of getting out of types of work that we currently do that we maybe don't need to do in the future, as well as several other opportunities around internal staffing. We've provided some information to the board, and as those plans roll out, we will continue to provide further updates. In terms of risk, this is for us. This is we've set some ambitious targets. I think we've worked on looking at how we can look at making ourselves a more efficient and a more lean organization. We think this work is achievable. We think it's very achievable. The risk of not doing it is that if we don't meet any of these targets or any other targets, that we would run the risk of running a deficit in the budget moving ahead. That's why we do the quarterly reporting updates to the board to look at identifying any of those risks moving ahead. 2022 has some hard work for us. We should be doing hard work. We're a public institution that manages public dollars. We know that, we appreciate that, and we will continue to work hard towards that in this area and in every area around this budget.
Okay, thank you. And I agree actually that as a board too, we too should be putting eyes on this budget to try to make it as lean as is reasonable, while preserving the important role we have as board members to make sure that there's adequate and effective policing in the city of Ottawa. So that's the role I'm thinking of as I sit at this board table today. I'll pass on to someone else's questions now.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Member Meehan.
Thank you, Chair. And I think all of us would agree that we want our police service to be undertaking the roles that we deem are extremely important, some roles that nobody but a police officer can do. And currently, I think that we've got officers doing jobs that don't put them to full use. Let's put it that way. So I think we're shifting a lot of the jobs to civilians, which I think is a really great move. And I'm just wondering, Steve, DC Bell, you did mention that you're looking at other areas where you can make some more efficiencies. And I'm thinking maybe perhaps it's in some roles that are now filled by police officers that can be done by civilians, like maybe more front desk work. Is it possible for a civilian, maybe with a medical background, or with some security officer of some sort of training, to be at the hospitals where the officer has to sit for long periods of time and not be out on the road, very much like the paramedics are right now? Can we look at areas like that in order to reduce the cost of some of these roles and free up more uniformed officers to be out doing what we have trained them to do.
So thank you for that, Member Meehan. So the short answer to that is yes. We need to look at opportunities to civilian to use best partners to deliver the services that we can. We think we've done some extensive work this year. A number of the positions that we have internally have been converted from sworn to civilian, but we think there's more work to be doing to do in that area to find the opportunities. There are some caveats around it though. There is certain legislative requirements that we have to provide services that can only be done by a police officer that would need legislative changes, lobbying from the board to be able to have different people provide that work. So as we identify opportunities, you talked about being with mental health patients while at the hospital. That's an opportunity we need to look at. But there is legislative requirements around us doing that currently. So while we look at those, I think there's a responsibility for us to start to identify those opportunities. We will need help and support from the board to look at potentially lobbying for legislative change to make sure that we can use the resources and the capacities of our members of the police, of our police members in the most efficient and effective way while we try and adapt to some new or lobby for new systems moving ahead.
Well, I think at this point, I mean, after our discussions over the agenda, I think we already identified some areas that we are going to work on with the province. Maybe we could add a couple of the areas you've identified here. I'm hoping that maybe at the hospital would be a good one, but I can understand why perhaps a uniformed officer has to be there, but maybe there's some other way we can accommodate that. But I think that I think we'd all be willing to work with you in order to make that change. I'm assuming that we would. So if you could identify them and give us a list, we'll start writing and putting some pressure on the province. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Meehan. I have taken over temporarily as the chair's out, and Member Meehan, your hand is still up. I'm assuming you're finished. I'm not seeing any other hands up, so I'll ask a question in the meantime about the possibilities of outsourcing. I see the chair's back, so I'll finish asking my question and then turn things back over to the chair. But you'd mentioned about things that need legislative, you need legislative authority for. I understand some other services are bringing in civilians to do a lot of forensics. There's a variety of different types of forensics that are done. And my understanding is that doesn't require any legislative changes to make that happen. And I'm just wondering if that wouldn't be something that would be a little easier rather than the ones that actually require legislative changes.
Yeah. Thank you, Sandy. I'd like some better understanding of what you mean by outsourcing. Converting a police officer who does forensic investigations at crime scenes like the homicide scene I discussed earlier on, you could technically bring in a civilian. That's not outsourcing, that's civilianization. I supported that project in Toronto. It to some degree ameliorated some of the salary pressures by bringing civilians in. It took probably 3 years from concept to implementation. Let's say we could cut that in half. You're still looking at an 18-month time frame to bring that in. That's not outsourcing, that's civilianization. That will still become part of the larger collective bargaining process. In time, that civilianization effect will reduce because of how collective bargaining goes, particularly when it gets into arbitrated settlements. But we could look at that. The RCMP are hiring civilians instead of sworn officers to do cyber-related investigations and cyber threat intelligence. So definitely that is an area that we could go down the road on. To a degree that's already happening. We've civilianized a number of positions in my time alone here, and there's more announcements coming up in the shortfall. Outsourcing, meaning taking a piece of work that impacts our operating budget and giving it over to somebody else, still comes with a cost. When police services in the UK outsource certain court security functions to private sector agencies like G4S, they still had to sign a contract that hit their operating budget. So outsourcing doesn't eliminate costs, it still incurs costs. There are other things that we can do, like transferring demand from this organization to other organizations. That has a greater chance of reducing the bottom line, but still doesn't get to 100%. I really want to understand what you mean by outsourcing, though, because there's a number of ways you can outsource that have a number of cost implications. Doesn't eliminate all the costs. It certainly also doesn't eliminate the risks, and it may incur new risks as well.
Yeah, and thank you for that answer, Chief. I didn't mean to get into an in-depth dialogue on it now. I was just following up on a question that Member Meehan had asked, but I'll turn it back over to the chair because I see there's another question from another board member.
There is, but I'm thinking at this point, I'm mindful of the time and Member Johnson's other commitment, and to the extent that possible, I'm wondering if we should put the motion on the floor so that we can focus our questions around that and drill down on if we can find some agreement around this motion. So Member King, I'm going to ask you to read your motion.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll put to the floor my motion, which is an amendment to the 2020 OPS draft operating and capital budget estimates. And I'm bringing that with Member Meehan. Whereas the board received and tabled the Ottawa Police Services 2020 draft operating and capital budget estimate on November 3rd, that included a 2.86% police tax increase. And whereas the board committed by way of a motion in November 2020 to look for ways that the 2022 Ottawa police budget could be reduced or frozen at 2021 levels. And whereas the board directed by way of a motion in September 2021 that the 2022 budget estimate assume a 0% increase as its base and a detailed explanation for any increases over 0% and a detailed option plan for any new investments in 2022. And whereas the board has been reviewing the draft budget estimate with a view to ensuring the provision of adequate and effective policing while achieving the board's strategic priorities. And whereas the Ottawa Police Services Board shares the police chief's support for member health and wellness because of its impact on the ability for the board and service to meet their obligations to provide resources and adequate and effective policing. And whereas the board has received the third quarter financial status report from the service, which is projecting $14.1 million in unanticipated budget pressures in 2021, which are being entirely offset by developed solutions, which include $10.4 million in management interventions. And whereas the board recognizes the need to contribute to cost savings and reductions wherever possible, therefore be it resolved that the Ottawa Police Services Board approve a $2.65 million reduction in the draft operating budget of the 2022 Ottawa Police Service budget estimate, consisting of an increase of $2 million in the efficiency savings target for management interventions, bringing the total to $4 million, as found in page 100, and a reduction of $650,000 in new services related to the data-driven service optimization, which will instead be funded through the service's general capital reserve funds, found at page 99. Be it further resolved that the chief be directed to report back to the board in Q1 with a series of options and their associated risks, as well as the compounding effect of that on future budgets 2023, 2024, and 2025, and potential offsets on how the total of $4 million in management interventions can be achieved in 2022. Be it further resolved that the board acknowledges that the board's strategic planning process must align with the chief's reporting in order for the chief to provide his report. Be it further resolved that the chief be directed to present an updated, detailed implementation plan for the member health and wellness initiative funded in the 2021 and 2022 budgets that lay out the strategies to support member wellness and which include detailed breakdowns of costs, timelines, strategies for filling vacant positions, and how the initiative will be measured and evaluated. Be it further resolved that the chief be directed to present complete business cases fully explaining the new services outlined in the 2022 budget estimate, which include detailed breakdowns of costs and resource requirements, the timeline for the initiative, and how it will be measured and evaluated before any expenditures take place to support their implementation. And be it further resolved that the Ottawa Police Services Board approve a draft 2022 budget estimate based on a 2% police tax levy increase. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you, Member King. Did you want to speak to your motion? And Chief, did you want to comment on it? So maybe first, Councillor King, you could speak to it, and then Chief, maybe you could offer a comment.
Thank you, Chair. And to my colleagues, I just want you to know that I've introduced this motion because we all know that reimagining public safety requires seeking balance. The motion I'm introducing seeks a delicate balance to ensure the maintenance of adequate and effective policing in our city while seeking the savings we committed to finding to the public. Under the Police Services Act, as we know, the Ottawa Police Services Board is responsible for providing adequate and effective policing services in our city. Such responsibility involves ensuring the police service has the funds for crime prevention, law enforcement, victims assistance, public order maintenance, and emergency response. As a consequence, the motion ensures that we maintain an adequate level of service. The motion also ensures that we maintain our legislative and contractual obligations with sworn officers through collective agreements, which have been determined through bargaining. This motion maintains that, it achieves that. Further, this amending motion continues to work to support the initiatives that we as board members have been driving in terms of reform, including transformative culture change, engagement with the Indigenous and Inuit communities, and service member health and wellness. The motion, however, most importantly addresses community concerns surrounding the increased cost of police services. After last year's budget process, the board committed to looking for ways to reduce or freeze the Ottawa Police's budget after hearing from hundreds of public delegations, including community advocacy groups, social service organizations, and residents. And we did this through an elongated consultation process. I think what we heard was very clear. Community expectations are for changes that seek efficiencies. The board collectively has been reviewing the draft budget with a view of moderating the police tax rate increase without impacting frontline services to residents or substantially impacting the base staffing complement of the Ottawa Police Service. And I believe that this motion maintains those services. However, we're here to rethink how the Ottawa Police Service does its job in keeping the community safe. And in order to achieve that, the board hired consultants to examine and evaluate approaches to reduce or freeze the budget. Their analysis demonstrated that there is the capacity to find cost savings in the budget. Their analysis highlighted potential opportunities to increase management efficiencies, up to $4 million in reductions across various areas such as equipment purchases, training, travel, supplies. I'm also proposing in this motion that we change the approach for funding the proposed $700,000 data-driven service optimization by funding this new initiative from the service's general capital reserve funds. In addition, the motion notes that detailed business cases should be created for all services, especially with a general caveat that the service report on anticipated full rollout, financial impact, and projected benefits in terms of its service optimization project, that new project, which is indeed designed to find future savings. In effect, all of these changes would result in a 2% police tax levy, allowing us to open up new avenues concerning reimagining police safety in our community and with our community members, while at the same time maintaining the adequate levels of service and delivering new proposed services. Ultimately, this motion seeks to find more management efficiencies with a view of reducing costs so that we can respond ultimately to enhance community and social service participation in shaping what public safety looks like in our safety, in our city. And I really do believe that that aligns with our future community safety and well-being plan, a vision that really includes non-enforcement interventions through community-based mental health crisis response. So I appreciate the opportunity to comment on the motion, and I look forward to debate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member King. Member Johnson has her hand up. Do you want to go first and then Chief Foley, or Chief, would you like to go next? Member Johnson.
Okay. Hi. Thank you, Chair. And Councillor King, that was so well said. And thank you for your important and eloquent words, trying to put together how the board, how we all, need to in Ottawa think about community safety. So thank you so much. I appreciated that. And I think you have a very strong voice and, speak well for our board. Just a question in what you said, and you mentioned that our consultants had a report showing, and I apologize, I should have jotted the number down as you said it. Was it 4 million inefficiencies from the 2 million?
Yes, I believe that's right. As you might remember, there were a number of options. So it wasn't just one specific option, but I think that they were talking about the potential of finding an increased amount of efficiencies in the 2.5 million range, and also ultimately totaling within the 4 to 4.5 or 4.35 range. So, obviously we undertook this exercise in order to really, give strong voice and give a strong approach towards what we promised the public, which was taking all means necessary to examine the budget in depth, so that we could seek the efficiencies that we had promised to look for. And as you know, I'm not a member of Finance and Audit Committee or the working group, but I attended many Finance and Audit Committee meetings and also participated in some of the working groups in an earnest effort to try and find those savings after listening to the public in depth from our last budget cycle. So, what I want to do is obviously leverage that investment that we made in the consultant, in those experts, to help us find savings and to bring those to bear in this budget.
Thank you. And thank you for clarifying that number for me. May I ask if that's a written document, and has the entire board seen it with the 4.0? And I'm not necessarily asking you that question, Councillor King. Maybe I'll turn back to Deputy Chief Bell. Just while they're looking for that answer for me, as well, I was part of the FAC committee and really humbled to be part of the working group as well. And thank you for joining us to add as a volunteer as well, and attended many meetings, and the savings were hard to find. It seemed like we looked very hard, and in finding savings, it seemed like we'd have less officers and perhaps departments like guns and gangs that are even less staffed than they are now. So that's why I guess I'm not I just want to understand these numbers a little bit better. So is anybody able to show that recommendation from Strategy Corp? And we could come back to it.
Well, I'm not certain if staff can speak to it. Was circulated and it was a process where the board members were involved. But obviously, all of those documents were circulated and ultimately as well circulated to the police service. But like I said, my approach here is leveraging that information, though that approach, and integrating it and bringing it to bear in this budget process. So I'm certain all of us were circulated the report. I was on calls with the group, numerous calls. And obviously we want to ensure that their insights inform what we can do in this budget process.
Absolutely. I just have another question about your motion, and it would help me to have it in front of me. But it speaks to finding efficiencies. And I don't know if Executive Director Krista is able to put that up for us, or I'll go to my emails.
She'll put it up in a second. Yeah.
Thank you. And I can start my question so that I'm not keeping everybody waiting. So on page 100 that we've looked at earlier this evening, where there are a total efficiencies of 5 million, if we add that extra efficiencies to this, it would be a total efficiencies found during the 2022 year, I'll just check that number, of $7 million. Historically, have you been able to find that level of efficiencies in the budget? And over the last few years, can you give us a sense of what the amount of efficiencies that you can find are? And I'll direct that question, I guess, to Chief or Deputy Chief Bell or whoever could take that. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much for putting that up. So, yeah, so you mentioned a total of 4 million in management interventions, but really the total efficiencies are 7 million. So I'm going to ask about the 7 million in efficiencies.
Thank you, Member Johnson. This is a very, very aggressive set of numbers. The board has the service has no history of coming close to an efficiency level of this magnitude. We're committed to doing everything we can, regardless of what the board's final decision on the budget will be. I'm absolutely committed that we will do everything we can to make sure not a single member of the Ottawa Police Service loses their job as a result of anything. We will not be moving away from our sworn staffing that we've hired. We've applied to this organization, committed themselves and their families to this career, and already started to serve and protect in the city, putting their lives on the line. So we'll do everything we can at the end of the day, whatever the board finally decides as to what the budget is for this organization, just understand where my position will be on that. This will be incredibly difficult to implement. There was already a significant amount of risk in the budget that was submitted to the board on September 3rd. This increases the risk even more significantly. We will do everything we can to mitigate those risks. In line with what is on the screen in front of us, we will bring back regular reports starting in Q1 as indicated here on our ability to work within this fiscal envelope, if that's the board's decision, to demonstrate how we will manage within the fiscal year, per my commitment to do everything possible to make sure that we are not losing employees. I think the board all knows that an in-year reduction has a compounding effect that will double in 2023, will double again in 2024 and beyond, unless addressed by an increase to the base budget to reduce or eliminate that doubling effect. As I've said, this will be an incredibly difficult target to achieve. We will do everything we can to achieve it without losing employees. But that's just for year one, 2022. The doubling impact will make it even more difficult in 2023 and beyond. And I know all the board members know that. The public should be aware of it as well. This will affect the current executive and the current board in meeting adequate and effective policing. Unless the compounding effect is addressed in future budget cycles, it will affect future boards and future police executives in managing within the envelope as described in this motion. It will impact our ability to deliver on the current board priorities. And as is indicated, which I appreciate is very helpful in this motion, it will probably need to be, not probably, it will absolutely need to be factored into the board's next strategic priorities that will need to be articulated and be approved in order for me to report back in any material way on any of our ability to address this budget next year, the year after, and the year after that. As we said from the beginning, we'll do our best to support the board through this very important process. Whatever the board's final decision is, we'll do our best to implement it. But these are very aggressive numbers that we don't have a history of achieving on. We're still going to be in some impact with COVID. These are uniquely challenging times, and they'll continue to be so for the foreseeable future. There was something in Councillor King's comments after he tabled the motion that I do need to be very clear about. And that's the role of deferring or transitioning demand away from the service to other service providers. There's not a single report that I'm aware of anywhere in this city. The City Community Safety Wellbeing Plan that was approved, any of the reports that I've seen circulated over the last 12 months, any of the reports that I was made aware of in the previous 12 months over the course of my full 2 years in this office. I'm not aware of a single report anywhere in the city, at the board, within the police service, the City of Ottawa, or anywhere else, where there is a rigorous analysis with a clearly articulated plan for the implementation of a pilot project or a scaled citywide effort to transition substantial amount of demand or any demand from the police service into any other service provider or combination of service providers. In order for us to come close to achieving what is at the heart of this motion, the work of the board, the work of the service, and the work of the city will have to escalate substantially. The level of coordination, cooperation, information sharing, jointly agreed upon metrics, shared outputs, shared outcomes, and accountability around all of that will have to be developed, because to my understanding, it doesn't exist anywhere. If it's possible for that to happen, that will significantly decrease the risks associated to this and significantly increase the ability for us to demonstrate meaningful progress around this motion. If it doesn't happen, and much of that is beyond my control, almost all of that is beyond my control. If it doesn't happen, it puts in great jeopardy what is written on the screen right now. With that said, it is up to the board to make its decision. It will be the board's decision to approve this motion and what's in it. It will be the board's requirement to complete its strategic plan and articulate its priorities to me so that I can report against that in the requirement that is at the heart of this motion. I look forward to the board's final decision on this. My command team and my service and I will do our best to continue to support the board in its very important decision around the budget for the Ottawa Police Service, the impacts it will have in 2022, 2023, 2024, and beyond.
Okay, thank you, Chief. As you discussed that doubling effect forward, as I do think it is important for the public and for everyone to hear that. There's just another part to the question, and that's just to look at historically, what has the OPS been able to achieve? Because maybe that history, although times have changed, gives us an idea of the future. And I just wondered maybe if Deputy Steve Bell could speak to that for us, Chief Bell.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. So if you go to page 89 in your budget document, document A5, there's a list that dates back to 2012 of historical efficiencies we've found. As you can see there, low for us was 2018, where we found $600,000. High for us was 2021, this current year, where we found $2.7 million. So there's an outline of the efficiencies that we've achieved to date over the past number of years through various efficiency programs, as well as 2022 with the original efficiency target that had been embedded.
Okay, and then just to clarify, we're now looking at for 2022, instead of 5,050,000, 7,050,000 in efficiencies for the target for 2022. Okay, thank you very much. That's my questions for now.
Thank you very much, Member Johnson. Member Sueda.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Member King and Member Meehan for advancing this motion. And I just want to build on something that Member Johnson was asking with regards to the efficiencies. I think you mentioned an additional $4 million in efficiencies. When I reviewed the Strategy Corp document, I didn't see any detailed breakdown of how this can be achieved. Can you shed some light on this, Member King or Member Meehan, so that I can identify where the savings can come from, or maybe Chief can weigh in?
Sure. Well, absolutely. In the report, there were specific areas, and of course, I think we have to acknowledge that savings are something that we are seeking each year. So it's not something that is just always continual. It's something that we need to seek each year. But there were specific areas around travel, around equipment, around those types of elements that had been identified in one of the slides of the report. And so it is important to ensure that we look at all these considerations and continue to seek efficiencies there.
Okay. So for the total amount that's being suggested in the motion, I believe it's $4 million. Yeah, I think it's $4 million. So, Chief, did you see anything in the report that specifically identifies where to focus? Because I didn't see it. I'm just wondering if I missed something.
Yep. Thank you very much, Member Sueda. The report, and more importantly, the last year's worth of efforts has been, I think we all know, quite the journey. The last several days have been intense. The last several weeks have been intense. The last several months have been intense. And other board members have alluded to the efforts that you've made individually and collectively, that we've made on this half of the equation individually and collectively. And through much of that process, those efforts have been joined together. I'm appreciative of Vice Chair Smallwood's and Dr. Bev Johnson's continuous efforts to be available to CAO Deputy Chief Bell and calls for counselors. In my comments earlier tonight, I referenced Member Nerman's efforts on 3 occasions, and I apologize for getting that wrong, not 2 occasions, to extend himself and his commitment to the organization on ride-alongs. I've thanked and complimented Councillor King, Dr. Johnson on their commitment to participate in community consultations, which have continued literally right up until the last moment, including late on Saturday night, where Councillor King and I were on a table, panel table, discussing with the Burundi community their concerns around community safety, well-being, guns, gangs, and drugs, systemic racism, and other issues affecting that community. Long way of introducing. There's not a lot of clarity in terms of line by line that we got from the most recent report. What we do have is a lot of commitment that we can do more and we should risk more in that doing. And that's what we committed ourselves to the board a year ago. That is what we commit to, regardless of whether this motion passes, it's amended, it's removed, some other position comes forward. Wherever the board gets to at the end of this process, we will continue to commit ourselves to extending as much as we can, mitigating risk as much as we can, to change this organization as much as we can, to contribute to the city's community safety well-being plan outcomes. But I want to be clear, as we were with Strategy Corps, as we have been with this board throughout the entire process, as we have been with the city, this is the most complicated period in policing in Canada, the most complicated period of policing in this city. This is the most complicated and comprehensive budgeting process the service has ever been through. And it is therefore going to be the most challenging, risk-producing, potentially value-producing fiscal year that we've ever been through. It will require a higher level of commitment between the board and the service, between the board, the service, and the city to come close to achieving the heart of this motion. If we're all in, then we're all in. But if we're not, and a month from now or 3 months from now, there's no strategic plan, it doesn't integrate with the community safety well-being plan, we do not have the board and the service advocating to be at those tables with those community agencies, developing, co-designing, co-implementing, co-evaluating pilot projects or scaled efforts, all bets are off. As long as we understand that, as long as we understand this is a joint commitment to a future of change, then I think there is a level of success attainable in these very aggressive paragraphs outlined in this motion. So I know you wanted to hear a level of commitment and confidence from me. The confidence comes to the level of commitment. If there is truly a committed go forward, not a direction to me, but a commitment for us to go forward on this, that elevates the level of success in the risk associated to this motion significantly.
It just, and I tend to agree with you, Chief. There seems to be a lot of risk in this motion, and we don't have the facts really to support it. And that was really my question to Member King and Member Meehan, is that are we relying on a report that doesn't have the facts to support it here? And I guess from what I'm understanding, it seems there's a lot of risk involved.
Well, I think that the way that if you permit me, Chair, the way that the budget motion is developed, it's not overly prescriptive. It is designed in a way to provide flexibility for the service to really identify which management interventions they really want to implement. We have this balance, as we know, where we can't be overly prescriptive. The service has to provide some obviously operational control over what they're attempting to do. But I believe that I made a commitment, and the rest of the board made a commitment to really attempting to reduce the budget. And I think that the budget motion is achievable. I think that we can offset the pressures, and the number that we're looking at in the scope of a $350 million budget, I think is achievable within this year. If we continue to work hard to have that commitment, as well as to be serious in terms of our strategic planning and that alignment with what the chief will attempt to achieve. So that's one of the reasons why I put this forward. My belief is that this is a motion that addresses effective policing. It ensures its maintenance. At the same time, we are ensuring that we are fulfilling our contractual obligations with the sworn officers in terms of the labor agreements. And we're also listening to community members who have said clearly that they want to see some reduction in terms of the dollars being spent, so that there are other options in terms of the way that we really address public safety, which we've heard often around this table in terms of new ways of looking at community safety and well-being, sharing responsibilities for public safety with the city. And at the same time, this motion ensures that we retain and we expand services that would look at transformational culture at the service, as well as engaging the Indigenous and Inuit communities. So what this motion is trying to do, like I said in my first statement, we're trying to seek a delicate balance to ensure that we are trying to engage all of these elements. And I would submit to you that any change comes with risk. So, we're going to have to, at some point, really, if we are committed to real change, engage with that risk. But I think that this motion also outlines a strategy to deal with that through a strategic planning process.
Thank you, Member King. I was just thinking about what you were saying, and I know a lot of delegates have said it, and I think you said it here at the board. It seems that this is a very multifaceted issue, meaning we have housing issues that come into play, we have social issues that come into play, we have health issues that come into play, and many more, and including that in policing. So I guess maybe Chief, I said, how can you balance what you do here at the police department with all the other issues that need to come into play that involves a lot of the city involvement from our city councillors? How can we balance all that?
Thank you, Member Slada. The shorter answer is balance would be the best I could hope for. Influence is probably more likely. Control, not a chance of it. I get misquoted a lot on these board meetings by delegations who claim to speak for me, which I find interesting. They're speaking for me as a police chief. They're speaking for me as a professional who's worked in this business for over 3 decades. And they're speaking for me as someone who's grown up in this country, and speaking for me as an immigrant to this country, and speaking for me as someone who considers himself a Black man. So let me be clear. I have been advocating for an integrated social safety net for people across this country in the last 2 years in this city for the last 2 decades. The legislation that came into effect is only the outcome of a dream that I had been hoping for in policing. So here we are in the nation's capital with the only legislation in the entire world that commits the entire city to implementing a co-designed, co-implemented, co-evaluated community safety well-being plan with the police at the table. I want to be clear. The legislation says the police must be at the table. It is my expectation that every member of this board that comes to whatever decision it comes to around this motion, if it's passed, will, for the rest of their term in office, be clearly advocating that the police will be at every table where there is any meaningful discussion, deliberation, design, implementation, or evaluation of anything that touches on this motion. Otherwise, again, without that commitment, we cannot achieve the success that's embedded in here. We will incur the risks. If we have social services that acknowledge their own failings to achieve meaningful outcomes for their clients, if we have the education sector that does so similarly, if we have other sectors and institutions that acknowledge their weaknesses, commit to leveraging their strengths, and more importantly, commit to getting together, sharing information, working together to fully and faithfully implement the community safety wellbeing plan, there is a chance of success with this motion. There's a chance of not just advancing the police service, advancing every single social services sector in this city. There is risk, as Councillor King talked about, in any new change. This is the biggest change in policing. I think one of the biggest, if not the biggest change since the amalgamation efforts of the late 1990s around regions and municipalities. This brings the entire city infrastructure, City of Ottawa infrastructure, and almost every element of the civil society to one table with a spirit of cooperation and commitment and co-production to address the very complicated range of issues, Member Sweda, that you talked about. If housing isn't meaningfully addressed upstream, the ability to manage crime with these reductions in resources becomes exponentially difficult downstream. If education outcomes and health outcomes, transportation outcomes, infrastructure outcomes, recalibration of the social safety net in the city doesn't change materially, then we will not have the support necessary to achieve the heart of this motion. Again, I come back to it. If we have a committed board, you have a committed service. If we are committed together, we need to get the commitment from the city. And without that, it puts at risk this motion. I believe we can. This is a great city, the head of a great country. It's filled with great people like all of you, with great social service providers, health providers, education providers. I've come to know a lot of them, not all of them. They're good people. They lead imperfect organizations like I do. They're facing extremely challenging times like I am. Their staff are overworked, under-supported, and largely underappreciated, just like my members are. But if we can put aside that reality and get together to really get together, not like we've been doing in the last year, there's a hope here. There's even this the framing of a plan, not just for this service, not just for this board, but for this entire city. That excites me. It scares the hell out of me, but it excites me. Your commitment, Member Sweda, Sandy Smallwood, Daljit Nerman, Councillor Meehan, Councillor King, Chair Gaines, your commitment makes this possible. Your decision requires my commitment. You'll have that. How do we work together to engage the city? How do we work together to engage the rest of civil society? That's where the proof of the commitment will come in.
Anything further, Member Sweda?
Yeah, I just have one more question. Thank you, Chair. The board has gone through an exhaustive process this past year, tackling the main issues that affect this budget. And I want to thank everyone for their efforts, all the delegates, the board, the OPS, and anybody that I missed. It's really important. Chief, I personally met with community organizations who have said that the city and the city councils agree with some of the programs to address, for example, mental health and homelessness. However, the city hasn't funded these programs. I've heard from city councilors who want to remove money from the 2022 police budget that has not yet been approved to fund pilot projects that city council unanimously approved and they themselves did not fund. I've heard loud and clear by many delegates who attended our board meetings regularly to detask the police from mental health calls, all the way to abolish the police. I personally met with individual citizens who want better response to mental health by the police and the city, but at the same time have moved out of their neighborhoods because of growing crime. They feel that police simply do not have enough resources to tackle the tug of war of issues. I've heard from various councils on this board and off this board that the number one complaint by their constituents is traffic and that the police are not doing enough. I've personally been a victim of cybercrime at my business that cost me close to $10,000. And although this is just money, I did feel vulnerable for several months. Being a member of the police board has opened my eyes to really how vulnerable Ottawa is to cybercrime, since the OPS does not have a cybercrime division in 2021. Chief, the board is tasked to balance all these priorities that are important to one group, but not necessary to the other group. The Ottawa Police Service Board is not the Ottawa Police and is certainly not the Ottawa Chief of Police. You are. What other priorities did you consider in this budget and now with this new motion in balancing these priorities, since you are the actual person responsible for the operation and the safety of our city?
Thank you, Member Sweda. The priorities would be around the priorities that we heard from the vast majority of the people we consulted. We're going to need to be able to demonstrate that our ability to improve traffic response, from education to enforcement to environmental design, is at its highest level. Our most vulnerable communities, women, children, partners, particularly from new immigrant communities. Coming out of the 20 months of pandemic, the stresses on families, on young people, on elderly are higher than they've ever been. I can't say that statistically, but that's what I hear from everybody that I talk to. The stresses that we've all been under have never been higher. Those are felt most in the most vulnerable areas of our society. We've heard healthcare sector talk about they know levels of abuse have gone up, domestic abuse, youth abuse, online abuse. And so that's a challenge. We need to be fully staffed in our partner assault unit, in our sexual assault women, in our human trafficking unit, in our internet child exploitation unit. Resources need to go there. We heard from the Burundi community on Saturday, the Congolese community a week and a half ago, from the Somali mothers, that they're grieving their sons and they're fair for the ones that are still in the line of fire. We heard at meetings in Chair Dean's ward about the fears of that community around guns and gangs and drug-related violence. That is why the province has committed $70+ million to a provincial effort, because it's not just here in the city. We are feeling the impacts of the drug trade and the gang activities from the GTA and from Montreal and from beyond. And we know that the majority of our street guns come across the largest undefended border in the world. So yes, we have priorities. We're going to do our best to continue to invest in them, even with this motion as it's tabled. Things like enhancing our ability to have a level of cyber crime related, cyber intelligence related, threat mitigation related resources will move further down the list. The ability for us to put dedicated investigative resources on fraud related occurrences, whether they be at $10,000 or $100,000, will be diminished. But that's what we're trying to do. I believe that's at the heart of what this motion is. Recognize we can't do everything for everybody. Recognize that we can't satisfy the abolished crowd any more than we can satisfy the our cops are tops crowd. Find some sort of balance between all of those competing demands. Listen to the delegations and listen to the hundreds of thousands of people who've never been able to come and provide their delegation. And listen to the thousands of Ottawa Police Service members who also haven't been able to come and make their delegation. Somewhere in between all of that complexity, find a balance point. that demonstrates we're doing things differently and ultimately must demonstrate we're doing things better. There's huge risk in this. It requires a whole new approach of commitment, coordination, co-production that there is no track record of in the city. There's almost no track record of any city in Canada, by the way. We're breaking new ground on new legislation in the Police Services Act for a new plan that was just approved in the last few weeks. And we have to bring new players to a new table to achieve new outputs and new outcomes. If we're all in, we're all in. I just need to know that level of commitment that you're asking from me, my command team, my senior leadership team, and every member of this police service is going to be met by the entire board and will be supported by the entire city. It's your board, your budget. It's our commitment that will make it successful and take the risk out of it for the community.
Thank you, Chief. I think what I'm hearing you say is that, you know, as much as everybody at the OPS has to step up, the board has to step up, and the city has to step up. And we'll be here to do that hard work for the betterment of the city. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Swade and Member Smallwood.
Thank you very much. I guess we could take that motion down off the screen if that's possible. That's better. Yeah, I was getting tired of looking at the same motion over and over again. I wanted to start off by thanking members Ralston and Meehan for putting forward this motion, which I absolutely support. And I say I absolutely support it, not because it was what I hoped for. This has been easily the toughest discussion ever in the history of this board, and I would say in the history of any police services board in Ottawa. This is unprecedented, and the amount of discussion, the tugging, and it's because I think we're trying to, as the chief said, we're trying to walk that balance on the edge of a knife. And no matter what we do, there's going to be people that will be really upset. And I can only say that there probably won't be people that are thrilled. It will basically be, we've got people on both sides and none of them are really happy, but we've tried to walk that balance. And I really appreciate the efforts of the chief. Chief, this has been, I know how tough this has been for you. You have been there and you've been part of this battle. At times, I think it's fair to say a battle. You've been trying to cover both sides, but at the same time, I believe, as we believed when we hired you in the first place, that you are someone who's prepared to lead that change. And I was thrilled to hear you say that you were thrilled to see and excited at the possibility of challenge here and the possibility of change. I absolutely commit to you that I am 100% behind the change. That's what we sought for. The chair has made it clear that this board, the goal of this board is to change the way things are done, to change policing, to be part of that new approach to policing in the community. And I know it's tough. I know it's tough for everybody, but I wanted to thank all the members of the board because I realize how stressful this has been for everybody to try to struggle through this. It's not going to be easy. And as the chief has pointed out, this is just the beginning. For this to fly, the board absolutely has to unite behind it. It has to unite behind the chief. And importantly, it has to unite behind the entire service and the chair of the board to bring this to life and to bring it to fruition. And I want to thank you. I want to thank the chair. I think this is really something that just the amount of difficulty we're facing right now, and Chief, you said it, this is such a big change, but I think that's what happens when you bring big change is you get a lot of of concern as has been expressed around the table. And kudos to the chair to being prepared to lead this and lead this change, lead us into this period of change. And as I said, I'm here to support. I'm here to support as a board member and any other way I can. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Sweda, or Member Smallwood, Member Nerman.
Thank you, Chair. And I sincerely thanks Member King and Member Meehan for putting forward this motion. And a thoughtful process is going on. And as Member King has rightly pointed, that whenever there's a change, it is fraught with the risk. So I have a few questions just to be clarified, because you know that as a board member, we are not Ottawa Police Service, we are not Chief of Police, we are the civilian board members who are given the responsibilities of the strategic governance and the planning. So in that regard, Chief, I have a very direct question to you, that before we vote, before any vote is registered on this motion, I wish to ask you or your staff designate what would be the impact on the service and the safety of the citizens of this motion. And the reason is that in your, after a detailed deliberations, as Member Smallwood and all will agree, we have intense discussions, deliberations. You put forward a plan, and now the board is planning to give you a 2% with the certain efficiencies. I want to hear what would be the impact, and especially my focus is on the safety, operational efficiencies, and the public safety of the citizens.
Thank you, Member Nerman. The motion has been on the screen and been in play for all of 15, 20 minutes. I may have lost track of time a little bit, but reflecting on it, I have to tell you, I probably won't sleep much tonight. And what will probably keep me up most tonight in relation to your question, something that Councillor King referenced in his initial comments after the motion was tabled, and that others have referenced, I have referenced. Whatever we do to rightfully, and I hope righteously, take demand away from police officers and civilian members of this organization that relates to mental health and addictions, people in crisis, if that's going to happen, truly happen, there needs to be a level of accountability that we can all go to sleep at night, knowing that at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock at night, on a statutory holiday, on Christmas Eve, when there's a full moon outside, and a call comes in somewhere in the system that is Ottawa, that says in 2021, it would go to the Ottawa Police Service 911 system, that goes somewhere else and somebody else from another service agency picks it up and responds. That's my concern. It can be done. It can be done. It's been done in Eugene, Oregon. It's been done in Scotland. It's been done in Denver. It's being done in Edmonton, and to some degree in parts of Ontario. So it can be done. But I think we should all have a very light sleep until we're really clear that we have jointly come together across this entire city at the table hosted by Donna Gray and her Community Safety Wellbeing Plan staff, and have mapped out a plan so that when that call comes in and it doesn't go into the Ottawa Police Service, or if it comes in and it gets diverted to some other service, that service will respond effectively, appropriately, differently, and ideally better This has been a responsibility unfairly placed on policing for decades. This is an opportunity to significantly reverse that and advance it to a better place, but only if we work together. Only if every member of this board truly is committed to making sure that we are at the tables that we need to be at. We, board and service, working with the community stakeholders that we need to work with around a co-developed, co-implemented, co-evaluated plan to make that happen. There are other risks associated to it, Member Nerman, but that would be the most important one for me. That has the biggest potential impact or risk on public safety. It has the biggest potential impact or risk on the budget next year and every year after that. And it will probably be the biggest signal to our own members and all community members as to whether or not we were truly committed to implementing this motion and using the budget as it will be approved, as it could be approved by this board. I think it would probably take the rest of the night for me to articulate every minor risk. If we're committed to this together, you have our commitment. If there's any wavering amongst any member here, that should be expressed as much as you can right now. But if we're really committed to this, let's do it. Let's do it together.
Thank you, Chief. My next is, and that is, I also, again, thanks for your detailed analysis, and I'm again coming on the same issue I've been raising for the past few months, because this is very close to my heart, about the safety and well-being of the communities at large in Ottawa to whom we are representing. And again, I'm coming on the guns and gang. You have already articulated, advised the board number of times that there is a huge shortage. In the November 9th FAC meeting, we were advised, the board was advised that the staff rating is around 60% or something. And the way the hate crimes and others is shooting up.
Budget in G&G.
Sorry?
Apologies, just getting an actual number for you for G&G answer.
Okay. And so my next question to the chief is that if this budget, this motion moves forward with this budget as proposed, what would be the impact on that unit, or for reason of that cyber crimes with the criminal lawyers, the noted criminal lawyers are saying that is going to be the biggest crime on the cyber crime is going to be becoming the biggest crime in the coming years, and Ottawa Police Service does not have even a unit to service the residents into that area, and violence against women. What would be the impact on these critical units which are directly or indirectly involved with the residents' safety and well-being?
Member Norman, I know that we're all seeking certainty, and through certainty, definitive answers. I can't give you that. The only certainty that I think any of us can give, any of us in the Ottawa Police Service, and any of you, and I would never purport to speak for you, can give is a commitment to do things differently. If in guns and gangs, the service continues to work in an almost exclusively reactive enforcement mode, as almost every other police of jurisdiction anywhere in Canada has over the last 20 years, we'll never be able to bend the curve, the social cost curve of violence on our streets. We have to be more prevention focused. We have to be more partnership enabled. And we should be working across an entire city on a range of issues that include housing, education, health outcomes, addressing the historical context of our BIPOC communities, as well as dealing with things like system navigation, systemic race and systemic discrimination, not just in policing, but across the entire aspect of civil society. If we do that with this motion, we could actually achieve better outcomes than we've ever been able to do before. If the motion goes forward and we don't do that, all bets are off. The money from the province puts more money in the system. But if the system is still disabled, where young people from BIPOC communities, from racialized and under-resourced and insufficient social safety net areas, still fall out of their homes, out of stable and loving environments, out of school, out of jobs, and into gang activities, we are at greater risk with less resources. If we have a more calibrated social safety net, if we have a more joined up set of civil actors who are committed to things like our community safety wellbeing plan, or at the very least committed to integrating our operations and doing better for more people, then there is a chance that we could actually, that's this exciting moment I talked about. There is a chance that we could get to better and more sustainable outcomes. But there's that big if again, if we're truly committed. If this is just a budget cut to the cops to satisfy a group of very determined delegations, the risks are all there for people to see. If this is a true commitment to changing policing such that it changes with the larger community safety wellbeing commitments of this city, then we think we have some exciting opportunities that could mitigate the risks that I could elaborate for you for the rest of the evening. That same thing goes for the VAW sector. The same thing goes for cyber-related circumstances. There's an opportunity here for us to partner very differently with the private sector and with the provincial and federal police services around that. But partnering is at the core of it. If we can't truly partner together, less resources without a true partnership strategy, a true plan, a real plan, a co-produced plan is very, very risky. If the board is committed, we're committed. If we're both committed, there's a chance we can get the city to be committed. If not, the risks are there for everybody to see.
Thank you, Chief. Just my follow-up on that. And as I have laid down, you are an operational expert and you are the chief of police and we are not. So thank you for laying down, I will say, a clear outline that under what circumstances this motion can be successful. And I will build on what Member Smallwood and Member Sweta has said in the past, that we have to work cohesively with the service and the city. And on this board, for the record, I can promise my commitment going forward, and I am very sure all other members will do as well. And do not hesitate to form a mini group or something to make sure that we all, what you have laid down, that this can be only successful, any service to that community, to the members, and that is also important because the members are our own. They are brothers and sisters. They are our daughters and sons. They should not be forgotten. So they are there, community is there, and I am very sure that board will come together, be working with the service and the city in taking the common goal forward. Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Chair.
And thank you, Member Nerman, Member Meehan.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I want to thank everybody for their thoughtful comments here this evening. I'd like to take a sort of a different approach to what we are actually going to be voting on here tonight. We hired Chief Slowly because we wanted him to be an agent of change. And what we have experienced with him since he was hired is, I think, very, very positive change. We have tackled some very, very big issues, launched initiatives to tackle systemic racism, sexism in the force. And I think that we should be proud of what has been achieved so far. And if anybody is going to lead this force into the next several years, which I truly hope he does, it is Chief Peter Slowly. We have been talking about doing things differently for more than a year. And I think, Chief, that we knew that you were committed to this all along. We have sat through many, many police meetings where we heard time and again calls to defund and freeze the police budget. None of us thought that that was going to be possible, but we still wanted change. And we want police officers to be doing the jobs that they are trained to do and what they want to do, okay? So let's put this into perspective. The police budget is sitting at about $350 million, and that's a lot of money. And let's say, and 82% of it goes to salaries and benefits. So the rest of it goes to all the services. We're not cutting the budget. We are cutting the ask. The ask for us for 2.86. And this is putting on a table a budget of 2%, which still means $11 million extra for the police in the 2022 budget. So we're not cutting, we're not slashing what people have been demanding, we've done. And the service has been very good at finding efficiencies. And when it comes to a budget that size, we are confident from what has been done so far that the efficiencies can be found and the staffing levels will not be cut or reduced, because your priority, and you have stated it many, many times, is for neighborhood resource officers, officers doing the jobs that they are meant to do, liaising with all the social service agencies who want to do things differently as well. We are going to collaborate with them. And I don't think we need to tell you that we are going to be part of that process all along. Like tonight, this whole process has been challenging, no doubt. And passing this budget is going to be, I think, a relief for a lot of people. But the thing is, the work is just beginning. And we are, I think, we are committed as a team, as your team and your cheering team, to help you accomplish the things that you want to accomplish now. And I heard the Peter Slowly that I heard tonight talking about exciting, like tackling the change. I thought that's the Peter Slowly that we hired, because he was excited by the challenges that we have here in the city of Ottawa. And yes, we do have lots of great social service agencies, but it wasn't that many weeks ago that we heard you beg other agencies to step forward and to join you to do things differently. And what this does tonight, if we are successful in approving this budget, that at 2% rather than 2.86%, is that we're going to demonstrate that the chief is putting money where his mouth is. He's willing to accept a little bit less, put more money into the other system, and we're going to partner together to do things differently. We hear it tonight, only 1% of the calls are priority calls. So I didn't ask, how many are mental health calls that we could have sent somebody else to? I would venture a guess that there are quite a few. We don't have the numbers. DC Bella says we will get some of those the categorization of those priority calls later on. But I would venture a guess that there's many, many that involve all kinds of calls where the police are not needed. I am convinced that when we do this together, that we are going to free up officers to respond to calls in our growing neighborhoods. We're going to get those neighborhood resource teams, and we're going to work together. And we are at a point in our history where we're sitting on historic change here. And hopefully that in not even that long, 5 to 10 years, we will look back and say, yeah, we did the right thing. It was tough. It was tough. We didn't go as far as many people wanted us to and have been pushing us to. But we have the police service here that know how to get the job done, and administrators who can help us find additional savings. And I'm hopeful that everybody will be gratified at some point that we have done the tough job. We have done something that I didn't think was possible, but we're doing it. And it had to be taken, at some point this had to be taken. And I'm proud that this police service board and this chief and his command team are going to be part of it. So that's it for me tonight. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Member Meehan. I don't see anyone else. I'm going to speak last. So I'm going to ask Councillor King to wrap up on his motion, and then I will speak after Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. So just to reiterate, I had moved this motion in response to what we were hearing from the community. And we know that the board has an important oversight role to play in being judicious and efficient and effective with the expenditure of taxpayers' money in a fundamental way. I mean, that's ideally what the board does in its oversight role. And it is important that the board's responsibility make sure in its responsibility that we make sure that every tax dollar is spent wisely. And so what's been put before us today, really, the board, it really emphasizes that the board should not be asking for any more money than is required to ensure the provision of adequate and effective policing in Ottawa. And I think that this motion does that. It really seeks a balance to ensure that we can provide the proper resources to the police service as mandated by the Police Services Act, that we're also able to ensure that we meet our contractual obligations with the workforce, with the sworn officers, that we move forward with new services that have been identified that look at transformational change, addressing the challenges that the police services has, along with engaging new communities that have not been engaged before. We heard some of that discussion about some of the outreach that we have been doing, and we need to continue that outreach with the Indigenous and Inuit communities. And most importantly, we're listening to the concerns of residents, of community groups, of social service organizations who came to us and said, we want a different way forward, especially around funding. We want to actually see you change in terms of the way that public safety is delivered, and to really take that approach that ensures that public safety is driven not just by the police service, but also by the community itself, ensuring that there are going to be future resources that can be allocated to the community. And so we listen loud and clear to that message. And that's one of the reasons why I had presented this motion today. As I had noted before, the motion is not overly prescriptive. We're not telling the police service, do this, do that in exactitude. The police service has to determine that. But what it does is it allows flexibility for the service to identify future management efficiencies. I think that all of these elements are important, as well as ensuring that we maintain focus on member health and well service and member health and wellness needs that need to be addressed. We know that the current way of operating is not working as well as it could for the service. And we know that those investments in member health and wellness are necessary. So what this motion attempts to do is strike that delicate balance, ensuring that we live up to our legal and our legal obligations, but as well that we listen to the community in terms of the way forward. So I thank you for indulging me as I've tabled this motion, and I look forward and I ask for your support for something historic. Really, the first time that we've seen a decline in terms of investment from the board, and I think in recent history, and I think that's absolutely important. It's an absolutely important marker for our community to really demonstrate that we are committed to doing something different, reimagining public safety, and moving forward with a new model that encourages community input in public safety. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Member King. That was wrap up. And normally the convent, okay, so Member Nerman's hands down. Chief, thought we were on wrap up, but if there's something brief that you wanted to offer, go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's not the first time that a budget has been trimmed. It was trimmed back, I believe, in 2012. It was flatlined and we didn't hire for 3 years, and that put this organization into a tailspin it's still recovering from. It also meant that we ran up deficits that the city had to bail out the service on. This is not the first time. What I am going to respond to is, if we make the same mistake last time, which was just a cut, and we don't build in the commitment to co-produce something better, this will end up being just that, a cut that will hurt this police service and hurt this city and hurt those that need it most, which are most from the BIPOC community. So I want to be very clear. This is an important and hard-earned position that you're about to vote on. It's not the first time. Please do not make the same mistake that the previous board and the previous city did when they cut this organization to the bone. Other than that, I remain committed if we're truly committed. Resources will be available if we have clear implementation plans that have been co-produced, co-implemented, co-evaluated. Otherwise, this doesn't work. You'll just make the same mistake as the past.
Okay, thank you, Chief. The last word goes to me as the chair of the board. I want to start by thanking everyone who has participated in the 2022 budget process. I want to thank the community for all of the input and knowledge that they brought to inform this board about how best they believe we need to move forward in this community on their behalf. And I want to thank the service, the senior command, and all of the people at the service who have worked very, very hard on building the 2022 budget. This has, everyone said it, I don't know if it's as apparent to the broader community as it is to all of us, but there has been yeoman effort going into the building of this budget. I want to thank the members of this board. I've said it before and I'll say it again. This is a very good board, and it's a board that is committed to change and to doing things differently. And we hired Chief Slowly. We're very proud of that hire. We hired Chief Slowly to be an agent of change because we recognized in many respects that policing of the past cannot be policing of the future. That's not to say that policing is not important. Policing is hugely important in our communities, and we all recognize the significant and important role of police in our community, and we do not wish to undermine that. But incidents of the past, George Floyd, Black Lives Matter, and others have changed the perspective on policing in our communities and have fostered a dialogue of change, of how can we do policing differently in this day and age? How can we make a significant move forward? How can we restore trust and confidence and belief in our police service? And part of that has become clear to me as the chair of this board, that it's by making sure we have the right response to the right call, that we don't ask police to be the responder of default to calls that could be better done by others. And we have heard that message from our community. We need to heed that message. So when I hear the chief say, and I hear the concern in his voice, when I hear the chief say this just can't be a budget cut, I don't think there's anyone sitting at this table that thinks this is about reducing the budget for reducing the budget's sake. This is about building a better, more responsive, more respected, more trusted police service in our community that is part of a broader community safety and well-being plan, that is part of a city initiative to help our citizens and to be there to respond to our citizens in the most appropriate way and the most cost-effective way that we possibly can. That's what our task has been. This board has listened to the voices in the community, the differing views. There are many different views, but what we want our community to know at the end of this process is that what we all hold dear is that we ensure the safety of our community and the well-being of our community in everything that we do. And that we have heard that there are areas that we need to do better. And what we're committing to in this change approach is embarking on a process of trying to do better than we have done in the past. And that, I think, is the message I want to leave the community with. We want to do better. We want to restore respect in our police service. We want to respond to calls for people in need in our community, people in mental health crisis, people experiencing homelessness, all of those things. We want to make sure that they get the help and the support from this community that they need in their time of crisis. That's what we need to do. And so I believe that this budget is a reflection of the change that this board has committed to. Some will say we didn't go far enough. You will hear others say perhaps we've gone too far. I guess if everyone is equally concerned, then maybe we hit that sweet spot. But what we're trying to do is make sure that we recognize there is only one taxpayer, and whether they're paying for social services or they're paying for police services or they're paying for mental health issues or they're paying for paramedic service, there's only one taxpayer. And we need to allocate the resources of this community and the taxpayers who live here in the most cost-effective manner that we can. I'm not just a member of this board. I'm not just the chair of this board. I'm also a member of Ottawa City Council. And I will speak to Ottawa City Council in a similar vein as I'm speaking to you. The police can't be the only answer to changing the response in the community to some of the calls. The money for a change in response can't come solely from the police budget. It has to come from the city and the city's partners. We just need to be one of those partners. We, as Bob Shirelli used to say, we all need to be in the same boat and we need to be rowing in the same direction, and we can get this all done. And so that's what I will be asking City Council to do. And if this motion successfully passes, I have a motion that I'll be introducing next to ask City Council to come to the table with funds to help to initiate a community mental health response in 2022. Because we said we wanted to get that done. We made a commitment to the community that we wanted to get that done. And the time to act is now. It's now, it's not punting it down the road to another day. And so we all have to do our part. And I want to thank this board for doing your part and for finding the intestinal fortitude, because it is not easy. We have found out how very, very complex police budgets can be. And this has taken a lot of effort. And I can tell you there's some wounded feelings throughout this process, but I'm proud of the work that we have done together. And I believe that we have come to a better conclusion and we're setting a path. And, you know, the chief asked us to commit to getting our strategic plan done, to commit to working hard to make the changes we need to make. And I can tell you, I will commit to that. And I also want to point out that there's a lot of good news in this budget. There's changes coming internal to the organization to support member health and wellness and to build a better sexual violence and harassment strategy. There's a data project and call diversion in it. There's partnerships. There's a lot of good in new initiatives. There's one with the Indigenous, co-developing the Indigenous strategy. There are a lot of new initiatives that are addressing problems of the past into the future. And so I think this is a very progressive, forward-looking budget. And I think that it's something that we can all be maybe a little nervous about, but very proud of. So thank you all very much. And thank you again to Councillors King and Meehan for moving and seconding the motion. And with that, I will call the vote. Do we have a roll call for? I'm just going to go across the screen and ask for yeas and nays. So Member Nerman.
Chair, I have a small statement to make in support of my vote, if I have your permission to say.
Well, we're finished now. We're on the roll call now.
This is important. I have to, in fact, I wanted before, but I did not got your approval whether it should be before or after you. So I don't think it won't take more than.
Member Nerman, so with the consent of the board? Okay, go ahead, Member Nerman.
Thank you, Chair. I am thankful for the delegations. I appreciate their passion and engagement on the police budget. This is our police service, and we all have a role in making sure that it meets the needs of all our residents, especially our most vulnerable. I agree with the need to fund a broader spectrum of human services across the city and the community. Many times, policing is not the most service for many who are in need and disadvantaged. But we also have a responsibility as a board to ensure that the OPS is adequately funded to deliver on its legislative mission and the additional programs and initiatives that the board and the community are demanding. I am under no illusions about the challenges impacting policing in our city. Through my ongoing work with racialized and marginalized communities, I am keenly aware of the trust deficit that exists amongst many with respect to Ottawa Police. I hear and I am supportive of their demands for greater transparency and police accountability. But I am also a member of this board, and it is our legislative responsibility, my legislative responsibility, to ensure that the police are adequately funded and prepared to work that is demanded of them. And as I have noted several times in this forum, the legislative demands on the OPS are immense. Well known to this board is that fact. There are several areas where the OPS is still not fully meeting its provincial obligations, and the public continues to demand substantive change in way of policing services are delivered. Implementing these programs and changes take money and resources. As a board, we have an important role in holding the police service accountable for its decisions and performance, but we are also obligated to help provide sound governance that promotes the success of the service. In part, that means we must provide the service with a stable operating environment so that organizational priorities are fairly linked to organizational capacity and resources. I have spent the last few weeks speaking with community members about the police budget and the current state of the OPS. But I have also taken the time to participate in several ride-alongs. I was able to speak directly with the frontline officers and civilian members. And I can say that it has the present state of affairs has definitely affected their mental health. I don't underestimate anyway the negative experiences of so many community members and their interactions with the police, but at the same time, the perspectives from inside the OPS are also critical to consider. And that point, this board hired Chief Slowly only 2 years ago to lead the transformation that the OPS needed. It is not insignificant that Chief Slowly is the first racialized chief in the history of the Ottawa Police Service. Likely as a direct result, this board is also aware of the fact that this chief has been forced to contend with internal issues and matters that no chief before him has. Knowing all this, I think that our interest in change and EDI ring, if we do not consider thoughtfully the operational budget requested by the chief. Let me be clear, I'm not saying that the police should not be given the money blindly. I must also like to express an interest to have the full board work with the Finance and Audit Committee to develop greater accountability for the monies and resources entrusted to the police. Members of the board, members of the service, community, and the media, I am a racialized person who has lived experience of the systemic racism, and since my appointment to this board, have put in countless hours in fulfilling my obligations and working towards making the lives of our communities and members of the service better, safe, and respectful. In my view, true leadership by the board would be to start a dialogue across the city to see how we can better coordinate activities between the police and other agencies and ensure that we fund a broader spectrum of services more equitably and with less waste due to duplication of services and inefficiencies. On these grounds, I will support the motion moved by Member King and Member Meehan, and I sincerely thank you to the chair for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Member Nerman. I'm now going to call the vote. So I'm just going to do the roll, and you can vote yay or nay. So starting Member Nerman.
Yay.
Member King.
Yes.
Member Smallwood.
Yes.
Member Sweda.
Yes.
Member Johnson.
Yes.
Member Meehan.
Yes.
And myself, yes. So the motion to pass the 2022 police budget carries unanimously. I'd now like to ask for the second motion to be put up on the screen. Okay. I'm just going to read it if I can. It's a little small. Whereas the 2021 OPS budget consultation survey found that 73% of survey respondents favored shifting some responsibility for social issues from the OPS to community services, and 70% would like to see an increased investment by the city in programs and services addressing social issues. And whereas the Rethinking Community Safety in Ottawa report has identified the need for experienced crisis intervention teams that are effective at supporting and de-escalating distressing situations involving mental health issues using both clinical staff and peer networks that are centrally dispatched and available 7 days per week, 24 hours a day. And whereas the City of Ottawa's Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan has established the mandate of the Guiding Council to create a strategy to support an enhanced or new mental health and addiction crisis response system that will improve the outcomes for those experiencing crisis related to mental health and substance use, which is to be achieved through relationship building and engagement with key stakeholders, coordination and strategy development, and specific actions such as pilot projects. And whereas the Community and Protective Services Committee directed the General Manager of Community and Social Services at its meeting of November 18th, 2021, to work with the Guiding Council to identify service gaps and priority actions to develop a safer alternative for mental health crisis response, and to report back to Council Q2 2022 with a detailed implementation plan to achieve that outcome, including short-term pilot projects, timelines and objectives, as well as a status update on the availability of one-time and sustainable funding sources. Therefore, be it resolved that $2.65 million in savings from the OPS 2022 budget be allocated to the Community and Social Services Department to work in collaboration with the Guiding Council to develop and implement a pilot project in 2022 to deploy a safer, culturally appropriate alternative for mental health crisis response using experienced crisis intervention teams that are centrally dispatched and available 7 days per week, 24 hours a day. And be it further resolved that the city be asked to match these funds. And be it further resolved that the Ottawa Police Services Board direct Chair Deans and Member King to bring this motion forward to Ottawa City Council for consideration at the budget meeting on December 8th, 2021. I can speak to this, but I see Member Johnson has her hand up. So Member Johnson, if you'd like to go first, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm just seeing this motion for the first time, and I had informed the executive director and the board that I had a cutoff of 6 o'clock tonight, and I have a meeting in my home right now, and I would have liked time to review this, but I did hear the words of the chief earlier saying that we talked about the plans, about the OPS being at the table. And on a quick look, I'm not sure that they're here. So
the OPS is at the table.
Okay.
Oh, and the guiding council?
Chair, this is the first time I've seen the motion. I don't see anywhere in this document that it requires the Ottawa Police Service to be part of the design, implementation, and evaluation of this plan. I've said it over and over again. I am not going to be supporting anything that does not explicitly have the support of the board to explicitly have the police directly involved in anything like this.
May I humbly request,
maybe I'll just suggest that I take this offline and work on it. The general intention, you can correct me if I'm wrong. My impression is that the guiding council does include police. There is no intention to exclude police. So I'll take this offline and I'll work on it and circulate it to the board, and I'll work with the chief on it to get the wording more appropriate. There's no intention to undermine anyone here. What we're really asking for is to ensure that we were asked by we were directed by Ottawa City Council that we could take up to 3%. What we're saying is that money needs to go to an alternative response that the guiding council has been working on. And I thought the police were part of that. This comes as a bit of a surprise to me. But anyway, I commit to take it offline and working with the chief and the board and make sure that we get wording that reflects the intention of what we're looking for before City Council.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Chief, did you want to add something?
Yeah, Chair, I do. I appreciate, I'm sure the intent was pure, but this is the problem. Unless we are explicit and clear and fully committed to ensuring this police service is meaningfully involved in every aspect of the community safety wellbeing plan, and anything that relates to diverting a single call from this service to any other place, it will not work. And I cannot support it. And so I need this board to be frontal lobe clear on its responsibility to support us in making sure we are at these tables materially. I'd be happy to work with you offline on this, but the document as it stands is exactly what I'm worried about. It's exactly what I was articulating throughout the entire evening. It's exactly what I've been concerned about over my entire tenure here. And I need to see the leadership of this board support this organization to get to the tables we need to do the job we need to do for the community. So I will work with you offline on this, but this was very concerning as you were reading it out. I kept waiting to see where is the Ottawa Police Service referenced in this, and it didn't show up.
The intention is pure. I do intend to put this, asking the city to match the funds and kickstart the mental health strategy. I don't want to keep kicking this ball down the road. We said we're looking for an alternative response. There's no intention to exclude police. We've always said the police need to be at the table. So, I didn't circulate the motion because the motion, if Councillor King's motion didn't pass, then there was no room for this motion. So it was very contingent on the last motion passing. So I don't think that there's any intention to, offend anyone here. What I'm trying to do is advance an agenda that we intend to advance. We want this work to be done. We want the city at the table. We want the city to be a partner in funding. That's what we're asking for. So I'll take it off the table for tonight, but it is the intention to put this in front of City Council. So maybe what the motion should say is just direct me to work with the board and the chief and find something that we can circulate prior to the City Council meeting on December 8th. Member Johnson, I know we're keeping you really long. Member Johnson, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No problem. It's an important meeting, and so I would like to see it. This is an area that's important to me, as it is to all the boards. So I would like to see any motion that's coming that involves the Ottawa Police Service Board prior to it being anywhere given to City Council or anything like that. So involves the Ottawa Police Services Board. I will need to review this first, and I expect most of my conscientious colleagues would want to as well.
Does anyone else have any comments? Okay, so I will work on it and circulate it prior to introducing the motion at council. So you're all very aware, and we'll try and build consensus on the wording. No intention not to do that. I didn't expect a negative reaction to something that to me seems like such a positive step forward, but we'll get the wording right. Member Nerman.
Thank you, Chair. And I will echo what Member Johnson has said. So what can you please guide us what the process would be if you are reworking on the motion? So you will be reconvening this meeting?
No. The motion is, I was asking for the support of the board. This is a City Council motion to say, we've freed up some funds over there. And so, the board has an intention that that money should be used to advance work that ultimately will take some pressure off police. So, I'm linking them together. And so I will definitely circulate it to you. I will commit to work with all of you that want input into it and the chief. And we'll get it right. We'll do our very best. I don't think it's a bridge too far to think that we can get the wording right to get the intention behind what I think we all agree on.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so is there any other business for tonight? Any inquiries? Seeing none, I just want to thank you all again. I know this has been quite the budget process, and I know you worked all very hard on it. And I think that we have moved the police service and the agenda forward in the right direction. And I thank you all for your hard work. And have a good night. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.